Good afternoon. Welcome to Board of Adjustment. It's 1:30. We've got a quorum, so I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Next item is the minutes.
I move to receive the minutes of the April 16, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
What's happening?
It's not popping up on
There you go. All right, minutes received. Cindy, you going to announce the continuance requests, withdrawals, please?
So we have item number 25, case number 15688, which is being deferred till June 18th, 2026. And I have a new request, item number 11, which is, case number, 16230, and that's being continued till May 21st, 2026.
Okay. Do we have a motion on those two items?
Motion to continue case number 15688 to June 18th, 2026, and case number 16230 to May 21st, 2026.
All second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. And those are deferred. Do we have any requests from any of the applicants or protestants to continue something else? Any other requests? Okay, I don't have a consent docket, so Cindy, would you call the first one, please?
Item number 1, case number 16210 is a request of Blake and Charles Z. Record for a variance to accessory building regulations located at 9101 Woodrow Court.
Give us your name and address and tell us about your application, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Blake Record. I am the owner of the property at 9101 Woodrow Court in South Oklahoma City. I'm requesting a variance from Chapter 59-12,200.2C2 to allow construction of a 30 by 50 detached accessory building with a 14-foot wall height along with a covered patio. The property is a 1-acre lot located on a corner, which provides substantial space and separation from neighboring properties. The proposed building will still be located behind the existing residence and will maintain all appropriate setbacks from property lines. It will also be lower than the primary residence and will be designed to color match as closely as possible to the existing home. And then furthermore, I plan to add landscaping around it to further screen it from neighboring properties. I believe this request allows reasonable use of the property for vehicle storage and typical household needs while remaining compatible with the surrounding area. Even with the requested variance, the building will represent a relatively small portion of the overall lot, particularly given just to the size of the lot. And for those reasons, I respectfully request approval.
Nobody signed up to speak on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? Okay, questions, comments from the board?
Just some questions for you. What type of material?
It will be a metal building with baked on paint or baked on metal. I'm not sure of the exact specifics of that, but a standard metal building.
And then a question I had just for the staff. Would the covered patio be considered in the footprint of the overall square footage? Has the covered patio got a concrete foundation underneath it?
Yes, sir, I would plan for that.
Sorry, I couldn't find my mic. Sarah Welch, Planning Department. The permit under review is for the 1,500, which does not include the proposed cover. It's not enclosed.
So it doesn't count against the square footage?
No, I don't think so.
And the square footage that is allowable there is 1,250 square feet.
Yes, sir, per the current zoning ordinance.
So there's just no reason why you couldn't get a 1,250 square foot building?
I believe the request is what I see makes the most functional use for my family. Size of vehicles that we have, the storage that we need. I think any smaller is not going to offer the same functional use in the end. I tried to go as modest as possible to accommodate our intended usage.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Somebody want to make a motion?
And I'll just tell you that, I mean, for me, I can't see that this meets all the criteria to grant a variance, as it's not the minimum standard. The minimum standard would be just to have 1,250 square foot to meet the ordinance. And for me, just because you want it to be 250 square feet bigger isn't enough of a reason to grant a variance. So that's just where I stand.
Okay. What would be an appropriate reasoning for the additional size?
That I can't give that to you.
Okay. I don't personally see it as just a want. I mean, we're fortunate to have what we have, but there's 3 children in our family that will one day drive, and in my mind, this was a more appropriate view for the neighbors than what might end up looking like a used car lot one day with the number of vehicles we have, not to mention some recreational vehicles that we also have. I may not have worded it the best the first time I've tried to do the application, but I see it as a little more than a want.
Somebody want to take a stab at a motion?
I'll be honest, I'm kind of following in Don's example here. When we're looking at these applications, it says the application of the ordinance would create an unnecessary hardship. I understand that you're wanting something that's going to allow accommodation of what your intent is going forward as far as vehicles, but I'm not seeing that that's an unnecessary hardship for this situation. So I can't get behind granting this ordinance itself. I'm not sure if someone else wants to put forth a motion there to allow it, though. Now I'll go the other way. I'll make a motion to deny case number 16210.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny. Cast your votes. Okay. It's denied.
Thank you.
Item number 2, case number 16225 is a request of Johnson & Associates on behalf of Shields All Sports Incorporated for a variance to sign regulations located at 14401 North Portland Avenue.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. We're here today for Shields, which, if you're unfamiliar, is a new-to-market retailer coming up in northwest Oklahoma City. I think everyone's very excited about this project. It's also a project that Planning Commission and City Council recently reviewed and approved, and then the city actually gave incentives to bring into our market. Sarah, if you can go to the signage elevation page. So we're really here because, I guess in my opinion, and I think some of the members of the staff, the sign code does not properly address buildings of this size. So whether you're building a 8,000 square foot retail building or one as large as this one, your cap is 400 square feet. I think anyone that looks at this building would say there is not too much signage on it. So we're asking for 2 variances. One is to the minimum allowable sign area, and the other one is an increase in the EMD area. So again, there's no sliding scale based on the size of your building. It's my understanding that staff is looking at that. When this went through, my belief, my understanding, and the intent as a member of the Stakeholder Advisory Committee on the code update was that you'd be allowed to take the 4 sides of your building and combine them so you can put the signage where it is necessary. While the code allows for that, the code also caps it at only 400 square feet. So if we think about a retail strip center that's 200 feet long, they are allowed the same square footage of signage that we are allowed. I think this is causing problems throughout the city. At your next meeting, you're going to see another case for another similar project running into the exact same thing, and you may have already seen some. So we know that it's already in the works, so our hardship is we don't believe the code properly took into account buildings of this size. If you make these signs smaller, you're not going to be able to see them from the highway. So happy to answer any questions. We believe we have kind of reduced it to the minimalist amount for a building of just this sheer size. So we submitted everything in there in the packet. Hopefully you have had time to review, but we would ask for your approval.
Nobody signed up to speak on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? Okay, questions, comments?
I'll just say a few things about it. This is the standard sign package for a Shields building. I looked at multiple other sites around the country. It's the exact same sign package that you're asking for. The distance from the highway to where the building stands, I think that makes a large difference also. And then the idea that a building of this size doesn't have additional square footage by code is probably for a reason that they want you to come here and have us look at the signs prior to being approved. So that's all I'll say. And I am in agreement with the variance on this application.
Are we ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion then to approve case number 16225 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested variance.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're approved.
Item number 3, case number 16226 is a request of JCFM Properties for a variance to the front setback platted building line requirements in the O1 Office District located at 4334 North Meridian Avenue.
I'm Dr. Matthew Ford. I'm the principal officer of CFM Properties, the company that owns my building for my practice. I'm the third owner of the building that was originally built in 1986. I became aware of these encroachments when I was trying to sell the building in January of 2025 to a group of attorneys. They decided that they didn't want to mess with getting the variance, and so they asked me to take care of that and that they might want to reconsider it. So looking back at the 3 surveys performed on this building, it was exactly the same in 2015, when I bought it in 2018, and then again when I was trying to sell it in 2025. It's, I don't know what happened, but it was built over the original residential build line on 43rd Street. And I don't know, but it meets all the standards for 15-foot setback for a side yard for Oklahoma City, but it is built over that original residential build line on 43rd Street. And then it's also a little too close to the home to the east of the building, but there is a sidewalk and a fence in between the building and the house next door. So I'm just asking for a variance. We're not asking for any changes to the building. We're just asking for a variance to clear up these encroachments so that I can sell the building in the future.
No one signed up on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? Okay, questions, comments from the board?
Did you say when you purchased the building?
Sorry?
When did you purchase the building?
2018.
And how old is the building?
It was originally built in 1986, so 40 years.
And the, I mean, I went by there, the building doesn't stick out any more than the other buildings. You're not asking for anything like for a future build to be able to,
Nope, I'm just asking
meet that.
so I just asking so that there's no encroachments when I try to sell it in the future.
Sir, did I understand you to say that you became aware of the encroachment only when you tried to sell the building?
Yes.
Okay, so when you purchased the building, there were no disclosures made, or did you have any
Well, it was-
surveys made?
I mean, of course, they did the survey, and looking back at the survey, those encroachments were listed there, but my mortgage company, when I was in process of buying it, they said we need to look at these problems with the survey, and then but then they just came back and said, oh, it's no problem, we'll go ahead and approve the financing. So they didn't point out what it was. I should have probably delved into it further, but
Thank you.
we do see a lot of these when it's a platted building line against the property line, and so it's not unusual. And there has to be a fix, it's an existing building. The only question that I had was like the property that is to the south that's not built on, that lot,
yes.
and just to see, to make sure that you weren't asking for a variance that you could then build closer to the street than
No,
would be allowed. So I wanted to like maybe set parameters so your variance is exactly the amount of footage that you needed.
okay.
But I was looking to see if I could figure that out and I couldn't. So
The survey's really hard to read because it's small, but it looks like it looks like it's a little over 15 feet from the curb. And looking at the statutes, it's the setback for a side yard is 15 feet. So I'm assuming that's why they built it that way.
yeah, I mean against the property line and the easement. So I just wanted it to match the lot in the description of the variance that was granted.
Okay.
That we needed. Do you understand what I'm
I
saying?
think I do. If the variance would be to the corner side yard setback, so that would apply to 43rd Street. Is that what you're trying to narrow?
So
I think
there's nothing on Meridian? As far as,
there was nothing identified on Meridian as an issue.
Okay,
It's only
that's all I
on
wanted to make sure.
43rd.
Yeah, it's only 43rd Street and then the house to the east.
okay.
So I think if you issue a variance to the corner side yard setback to allow it to be,
And the rear, because it's, the rear, I guess, is a little bit,
we only noticed for the corner side, the variance is to this, when the platted setback is greater than typical setback, then the platted setback overrides.
Right.
You're reversing that with this variance. You're allowing the typical setbacks to apply.
Okay. I just don't want him to get stuck because his rear yard setback is less than what it's supposed to be. And it's such a small number, I can't see it. And I assume that's what you were talking about when you were saying the house next to it and being too close?
Yes. Yeah, because the way I understand the statute is when when the commercial property backs up to the residential area, it's supposed to have a 5-foot landscaping and 15-foot total setback, but it's only 10 right now. But there is a fence dividing it.
Right. And I think that the landscape buffer can be within the setback, it's just you still need the minimal setback. So I just don't want you to have to do this
Sure.
again.
Sure.
Okay.
So I don't think, you can't grant a setback because it wasn't, that's not in
Not
this
part of the
application.
application.
This application is to,
Just the
for
side
the
yard.
platted. So if that's something that you think is critical, then I would suggest that you continue this till the next meeting so we can renotice for any other setbacks you need, because today the decision they'll be making is just on that.
Just the side yard.
If we decided today, what you're saying is that we'll just grant the variance to the existing building line wherever it is, right?
The existing building line where the platted building line exceeds it. So
Right.
to me, that's the one on 43rd
That's,
Street.
I mean, as far as I know, that's what I need. I'm not asking
Yeah.
to add
If-
on.
Right. If that's all you need, then they can grant that today. If you need
Yes.
anything extra and you don't want to have to reapply later and pay another fee, then we'd have to continue it to renotice.
I don't see any need
Okay,
that I would need that.
okay.
Okay. Good.
I'm going to let you make this motion.
We don't have to change anything, just make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah,
So just as is?
as is.
All right, so let's make a motion to approve case number 16226 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested variance.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're approved.
Thank you.
I thought we changed some things.
Item number 4, case number 16220 is a request of Construction and Remodeling SR LLC for a variance to the 15-foot corner side yard setback in the R2 located at 736 Southeast 30th Street.
Give us your name and address and tell us about your application, please.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Sebastian Randall. I'm the owner of Construction Remodeling SR. The address is 736 Southeast 30th Street. I'm here today to asking for the reduce or recur of a 15-foot setback to 10-foot. With that 5-foot, that will be allowed to me to building the duplex to increments a square foot living space, so I can make a laundry room, so this make more functional for my potential tenant in the future.
No one signed up to speak on this application. Does anyone want to address the board on this one? Okay, questions, comments?
I'll just tell you a comment that I would have, and so by increasing that, or decreasing that setback, that 5 feet, what it does is it causes that building to be sticking out 5 foot past the sideline along that block to the, I think it's to the south. And so it's preferred to have the line of those houses all line up. And you're gonna then stick out 5 feet past that house just to the south. And so that's the reason why that's there. And this is it's a peculiar lot for sure. It's very small. It's probably more suited for a single-family home than a duplex.
I agree with everything you're saying. My only concern or my support of it would simply be the fact that in this area, there's so much legal non-conforming going on that I don't think that the additional 5 foot that it sits out really would hurt anything. I also want to try to be as objective about this as possible and examine this from the standpoint of which way I would lean on this if this was already erected. So one, I will say, regardless of what happens, I appreciate you bringing it in and asking for a variance up front rather than asking for forgiveness through a variance after the fact. I agree with you, Don. I just think that in this particular area, I'm very familiar with it. I don't think that it hurts the overall aesthetic for that 5 feet, just given the overall context.
And I agree. I mean, I understand there is a lot of different things going on in this area. There's not a lot of duplexes. They're all single-family homes surrounding this area, so that's why it was like, I understand trying to get additional housing in there and on the lot, and it being very peculiar in the way the property line's set.
Anything else? Got a motion then. Motion to approve case number 16220 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested variance.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're approved.
Thank you.
Item number 5, case number 16223 is a request of Wade Bozeman for a variance to the accessory building regulations and the bulk standard regulations in R1 located at 1408 Greenway Drive.
My apologies for the hand drawn. Everybody else's looks so much more professional. My name is Wade Bozeman. I live at 1408 North Greenway Drive. I'm a retired soldier and present-day teacher at El Reno High School, and I have several hobbies. I'm trying, my bad. I am seeking a variance of Chapter 59, C-1-A, for a 30 by 40 building, 12-foot sidewalls, exceeding the 1,000 square foot allowance by 200 feet. The hardship that I'm currently in that this will alleviate is that my hobbies are extremely large. I work on and restore old cars. I have several older vehicles and scooters, and the parts and the tools that accompany that are spread out over several rental spaces, one in Texas and one in Yukon. And to bring those together and stop using my friend's shop in Choctaw and allow my wife to have the garage back, my beautiful wife, I might add, in case she's listening. That's why I'm asking for this.
Okay, nobody signed up on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? Ready?
So just a couple of questions. The first one is, what's the material going to be?
It's going to be a metal building, and if my wife has her way, it's going to have brick a little part of the way up that matches the house.
And
I
then
don't know if that matters.
metal roof too?
Yes, sir.
How tall were the walls?
12,
Okay.
which with the pitch of the roof, it comes well below the roof of my house. It'll be almost completely obscured from the street.
And, I mean, just looking at this and looking at the overview of the neighborhood, I mean, there's 6 other ones that are probably as large or larger than this on your block already.
My neighbor's, to be fair, is larger, but they have an entire acre, just so you know.
I just think we have something similar to the first one that we had
About 1,000 square feet.
versus, I mean, if we're going to deny the first one, I can't in good conscience approve this one for the sake of a hobby. As much as I think your wife would appreciate the extra 200 feet to make sure that that happens quickly, it's the same deal.
It is, for me, the only difference, like I said, was as far as like being in harmony with the surrounding properties is the fact that there's 6 of them already along that block.
It's one of the reasons I bought in that area, was so I could build a shop of that size. Several of them that are within the limits are a friend of mine that lived across the street. It is too small for what I need to do. And the storage of tools, equipment, and spare parts.
First, thank you for your service. I tend to agree with Roberto on this. That being said, I agree with the fact that I don't really have a path to say that we've met the statutory burden.
The hardship burden.
Correct. I cannot see that we've met the hardship burden. If you ask me my general opinion of whether or not you should be able to build it, absolutely. I think it's appropriate, but this body has to make decisions within the confines of these guidelines that we have. So I don't know if it makes sense, and I hate to say this, especially sitting next to Don.
No,
but
I
maybe
mean, I
going
agree.
back to-
I went no, 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 and no on meeting the statutory requirements.
If I
Well, I
may.
mean specifically as far as
Yeah.
going to, I mean, it would not make sense to go through planning commission for something this small, but at least you'd have the ability to argue the appropriateness of this rather than asking for a variance. It's the same thing with the other gentleman that was here. The conversation shifts from, can I prove that this is a hardship, to I'm just simply trying to convince you that this is appropriate, which I think is a lower burden.
So there's a process to get a SPUD created, go through planning commission, and have the property itself be approved for that accessory dwelling. Not an accessory dwelling,
This is not an accessory dwelling, correct?
Or,
This
yeah,
is a
right,
storage,
structure.
this is a
Just
storage
accessory.
building, right? And I'll just real quick, because you do have several accessory structure variances today and upcoming. And it is complicated in the code what all the rules are, and it depends on your lot size. So he's at 0.47, so he's limited to 1,000 square feet. If he had 0.5 acre, then he would get 1,250. So just keep that in mind.
It is 0.5, more or less. I go with the more side.
It's 0.47 by the,
By county record, I mean.
yeah, the Gladden County record.
I realize that.
Yeah.
The hardship that's going to be alleviated is the finances that I'm spending on everything else, doing the exact same thing. And I'm actually going to thin the herd, so to say, to be able to use this building at this time. I'm spending money on storage, about $300 a month in Yukon, and I have storage in Texas along with my brother who's trying to get out of that I'm spending an exorbitant amount on. And building this is going to alleviate that cost quite a bit. I'm not going to get rid of my hobbies. Several of these vehicles have been passed down to me, family. It's something I do quite often, and it helps keep me sane, which we want me to be as being a teacher now. So that might be a hardship as well. But that's...
Is it possible to acquire that .03?
I'm sorry?
I mean, a solution could be, could you get .03 of an acre from a neighbor deeded to you so that your lot is now 0.5 instead of 0.47?
No. I know it wouldn't be to the east of me. That's open field of a person that wants to sell the whole thing all at once. I love my neighbors to the north of me and to the south of me, and I tolerate the ones to the west. So I don't know that. I would not have known that in all of the stuff I looked at, I never knew that it was officially .47. I've always seen on every piece of paperwork when I bought the house, .5 MOL, and I understand that gives a leeway one way or the other, but I just never knew that.
Right, but Sarah says if it's .5, that you're allowed to have a 1250.
I'm barely going to be able to afford to build the building I want to already, so that's probably, that hinders back into the financial hardship.
So this was through our building permit process, and they identified this as a .47 acre. I'm trying to remember if I confirmed that personally or not. We could maybe kick it to the heel. Well, it's going to be a longer day for you, but we could try to confirm that real fast. But my only point was that because of the breakdown, he's .03 acres short of being able to have this building.
Maybe the hardship is he wants to keep his cars and his wife.
Which I am mindful of.
And driving to Choctaw about 3 times a week to do things that in a friend's building as well.
I'm just trying to come up with alternative solutions to help, but
If it were more garish and obscenely huge, I could understand, but it does fit in within the rest of the area, which again, that's why we bought there, because we knew we would want to build something like this eventually. And it's taken about 8 years to finally figure out the financial side of it. So that's why, if it was,
It just goes to the fact that it's just not the minimum standard to meet the criteria. I mean, the minimum standard, you could just build a 1,000 square foot one and go on.
and there's, it does say the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would create an unnecessary hardship. I just don't see that we meet that standard. If somebody did not have a hobby and they wanted to build a building out there for 1,000 square feet, we wouldn't be here. But in this situation, understandably so, you have a pretty cool hobby. That's not enough for me that warrants granting the variance itself. So I'm trying to come up with alternative solutions. You could ask one of your neighbors to deed you .03 of an acre. I mean, when it's spread over the length of your property, it may be a couple of feet. I have to do the math on something like that, but that would probably be the easiest way.
that seems to be an additional hardship that I don't want.
Ms. Welch, did you say that you could double check on the actual size of the property? If this gentleman is.
Yeah, I'm trying to
willing
right now.
Okay.
Should I go sit down while that happens and we do other?
Sarah, I believe we did check that. We had it ran out. Also, the board, I wanted to, attached in that staff report was a protest letter that belonged to another case. So I apologize for that, but I did receive a letter of support for this application. It just says, this statement is in support of Mr. Bozeman's variance, and that he helps his fellow neighbors with the thought of, helping him out all the time. He keeps his property in good condition. So they just wanted to send a letter of support. I just wanted to make sure that You didn't look at those other two and think it belonged to this one.
I didn't put that in there. Oh, okay.
Mr. Noble, did you say that the other properties in the area have substantially the same? They're very similar?
Right, there are six other structures along just that block. Multiple in the neighborhood, but just along his block was. And that's why I said at least, I don't think it had a negative impact on the surrounding properties.
Thank you.
Still was
Yeah.
struggling with trying to get to the other applicable standards.
Well, I am a disabled veteran. I do have to travel quite a bit that I am going to continue doing. So if we were to consider that also as a hardship that would be alleviated, then you have two: excessive travel plus the financial hardship that I'm going to alleviate with this.
It is a very minimal variance, which is another positive for it. But again, it's just the idea that you couldn't just build a 1,000 square foot one instead of the 1,200.
I would, except my friend across the street had one exactly that size. That extra 200 square feet is going to be monumental in providing the room that I require. He actually moved because of that, because he didn't want to have to build another place. And we have about a similar. He now has 30 by 40 in Choctaw, and so I go back and forth using his to work on my vehicles. And my wife still can't use the garage because I have other stuff in there. Oh, and she has a storage as well we're going to put some stuff in there from there as well.
Sarah, did you find the lot size? Can't find it. Can we defer this to the end?
We had several people look at this one for the size because at one point I thought he didn't need it because he was really close because he put on his application 0.5, but there were several staff members that came up with 0.47.
Okay, so Canadian County does not make it simple anymore to see what the actual lot size is. So now that based on what Cindy said, and my recollection is we're using our GIS system, which I do not have access to right here. And that's how he came up with the .47. So he is basically 1,300 square foot short of being able to have a larger building. I believe our applicants with upcoming cases are trying to look at this for you to help it move along.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it makes a difference on the vote here for a variance, because if we determine, and hopefully we do, determine that it is at least half an acre or larger, he doesn't need us anyways. So we wouldn't weigh in on something that he doesn't need a variance for. I'm just going to revisit my previous comments that the only path that I can see outside of him having the minimum amount of land would be to go through Planning Commission.
And if I was 2 or 3 houses down, because the road curves.
Okay, now I have our staff looking at it. They're pulling the plat, and now we're at .48.
It's not a septic, so
But I agree with what you just said. I mean, if it's .5, he doesn't need us anyways. So this application would be mute.
Right. If it's .48, then we've got roughly, 800 square feet? 850? I don't know how the length of that lot, but I mean, you could get a grant or a conveyance of 2 feet. That's going to be simpler than getting a variance. I want to make sure that we are following the statutory standards that have been presented to us.
Sir, could I? My house is septic. It's not on the city sewer system. From what I understand, by all of the regulations that you guys are talking about, it has to be 0.5 acres for me to have that septic system. So why don't we go by the fact that that's already been done and then say it must be 0.5 acres because I have a septic system.
Right, but so let's say you do have .5, then this application is moot because.
I agree. If I don't have .5, please don't pull out my septic system.
So I want to be clear. I want to help you because, again, as I've stated, I think it's appropriate. I'm just limited based on what we have here. You're welcome to take my sheet here, but there's some statutory standards that have to be met. So our job, we're not tasked with determining the appropriateness of an accessory unit or the size of that unit, that structure. We're simply here to make sure that these standards have been met and to make a determination on whether or not those standards have been met. And so
I think they have been. And additionally, this is not a perfect square. These are both curved, and unless you're doing the math involved with that curve and you know the apex of this curve and how long it goes to reach that identical 0.5 or 0.48 or point whatever, I think it's already been reached, like I said, because of the installation of a septic system. Otherwise, it shouldn't have been allowed in the first place, and I need to move. And
So
I don't want to buy the house.
I would agree with you, and I think it's a staff question of whether or not this application can be amended, because I think that that would be an appeal to an administrative decision that this is not a half an acre, and then we could review it on those grounds. He has a septic system. DEQ won't allow you to have a septic system on that lot unless you're a minimum of half an acre. That sounds like a compelling argument. I'd be reviewing those under different standards and could get behind that.
Yeah, I agree, and I would imagine, not that I know, but I mean, the minimum lot size that would have been platted in this neighborhood would have been 0.5 because of septic and no water.
And until today, every piece of paper I have seen has been 0.5 MOL, and of course, I'm leaning to the M.
Yeah.
I would suggest then, well,
Yeah, sure.
let Mark talk.
My lawyer.
So he just engaged Johnson and Associates and Box Law Group. We're sitting here listening to this. This neighborhood was supposed to be platted as half-acre lots. The hardship here, his lot was platted ever so slightly less, so he is getting less than what everybody else in his neighborhood is entitled to. And yes, maybe there's an ODEQ issue that he falls ever so slightly below it, but the hardship here is he does not have the lot size he should have been platted. So asking for a slight increase over the accessory structure allowance doesn't seem like a significant give here. He would need an additional 1,300 feet to have an additional 200 square feet on the structure. That's the hardship. We did not plat it. I've been able to read it.
So
What he said.
if we can confirm, and I don't want to go through a whole bunch of acrobatics, if we can simply confirm that the other lots in the development are all half acre, I do believe that that is an unnecessary hardship that is peculiar, which is part of the statutory requirements to this lot, because the peculiarity is that this one is not a half acre and all the others are.
Can I prove it to you visually?
That's fine.
It's a curve. I'm at the,
Slight.
that's the apex of the curve. So everybody is bigger than me. Mine should have been the 0.5 and the minimum, and then everybody else's is bigger.
No, I've got it.
We have it.
I'm just looking at it. Yeah.
His lot is lot 9, and what you'll see is his lot width is less than the majority of the lots on that block. So most of them, I think, were 115 feet in width, and his is 113, and that's where that discrepancy is likely coming from.
So the only standard that I'm struggling with is the variance, if granted, would be a minimum necessary to alleviate the unnecessary hardship. So give me
So-
that one and I can get by all the three of the others.
Like, I heard the comment about the SPUD. My opinion, I would think staff would tend to agree, this would not be a good use of a rezoning. He's allowed to do the use of the property. We're dealing with one specific issue, and that's why this body exists, is to look at this one particular property, its facts, and what he's suggesting to do. Taking a R1 track through a spud to put one spud in the middle of a neighborhood, that's more of a hardship on staff to have to administer that in perpetuity.
Oh, I agree completely, which is why I prefaced my statement that I made earlier. I don't think that it's appropriate. I just don't know what option you would have if we don't meet the statutory requirements.
You want to see it?
You want to see the plat?
Yes.
78 feet across.
The best that we can get is 0.479468 acres. So maybe DEQ rounded up.
Is it your understanding, Sarah, that the rest of these lots in the development are half-acre lots?
I wouldn't be able to say that sitting here. We're looking at this one lot. But to Mr. Zitzau's point, if they're all on aerobic, they have to have at least a half an acre if they have public water and no sewer.
It is. I mean, that is the case, right? And I'm sure that's the way it was written in the original PUD. I can get there.
And Sarah, as someone with an engineering underground, I appreciate you taking it out to 4 decimals there.
Thank you to our staff watching live.
And those in the audience.
And our applicants who are waiting to get through.
Yes, I mean,
I can support it as long as all the other lots are half-acre. Are the other lots half-acre in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay.
As
It's
written,
got- it's
as
gotta-
written in the PUD,
Yeah.
their minimum would have been half-acre lots.
Well,
Now, is there another mistake? We don't know.
and you're saying if it was half acre that
He can get 1250.
he would get 1250 and he's only requesting 1200.
Yes, there's like 3 different tiers for accessory structures in residential districts, and the first one is less than a half an acre. It's 1,000 square feet.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve case number 16223 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested variance.
And I will gladly second.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're approved.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, appreciate it.
Item number 6, case number 16229 is a request of Jeff Goad on behalf of Don Seaman and Christopher Seaman for a variance to accessory building regulations located at 14000 Willow Lane.
Hello, my name's Chris Seaman. Asking for a variance to allow for greater than 1,250 square feet of additional accessory buildings on our property. We're asking to build a 1,200-foot shop. We currently have a pool house we're constructing. The hardship associated with this is my mother-in-law lives with us. Her husband passed away recently, and she's needing to move in with us. The space for the 1,200 square foot shop we use as storage for her vehicle and home goods, and it is a larger property. It's 1.39 acres, and we use that space to store stuff like lawn equipment to maintain the property and keep a good appearance of the property. So.
Okay, nobody signed up on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? Okay, anything from the board?
And I'll just ask you some similar questions, but what's the material going to be?
It'll be a steel building.
Steel building, what are the wall heights?
12 feet is what we have requested right now.
And on 1.39 acres, you're allowed, I know I saw this in here somewhere. You already have a pool house, which is, again, using up some of the viewability on an accessory structure.
Would the board like the calculation on this one, how it works? Okay, this is a 1.36 acre parcel, so it falls into the next tier of accessory structures that are allowed. So it's 1,250 square feet or 2.5% of the size of the lot, whichever is greater. So the corrections report is giving them 1,200, but by our calculations, they'd get 1,481. And then, but the two combined would be 3,200 square feet total
Right, that he's asking for.
that he's asking for.
So, I mean, I think he has 511 left to get to the number, the 1481. I think I did the math on that, maybe not. Maybe that was the last one, but anyway. $483 allowable. And for me, I mean, it's basically the same as the first one. There's not any real reason to grant the variance according to the statutory requirements that we have to go by.
Not sure if I've shown a good hardship case, but having additional space so that my family and my mother all can kind of coexist within the property would be helpful for us. And keep having some place to keep my mother-in-law's car and lawn equipment so we can keep the house up to the nice standards of our community would also be very helpful. So.
We can try the argument that there's all supposed to be 1.5 acre lots and go through that. Yeah, I know. How much would he have at 1.5 acres?
Okay, I told you it's very confusing, but as I'm kind of reading it live, but it's the same amount, it's just up the 2.5%, but then the rules are different for kind of some of the construction and materials. But size-wise, it'd be the same until you get over 3 acres, and then you get 5%.
Okay. I'm just trying to see if we can't do something like we did this last time, so.
Too far of a reach for me.
There's just no way to meet the requirements.
I can't get there. I mean, this is similar to the first one and not the last one. The last one, we definitely could see if they're all supposed to be half-acre lots when they were built. I could see the apex argument being made on this one. It's very similar to the first one that we just had to deny, so I can't get behind it.
Right.
Anything else, Marcus?
No, I'm not seeing anything.
All right, I'm going to make a motion to deny case number 16229.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny. Cast your votes. And this one's denied.
Item number 7, case number 16235 is a request of Box Law Group on behalf of Bentwood Properties LLC for a variance to sign regulations at 1412 Mezzaluna Avenue.
Good afternoon, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street. Here on behalf of the applicant, I'm going to do my very best, and if I fail, I'm going to turn to my dear friend Mark Zitzow, who agreed to be the public planner for all within these hallowed halls. My application is for a variance to the sign code. The sign code would only allow a neighborhood identification sign along Mezzaluna, which is kind of an awkward dead-end type of drive, whereas Watermark Boulevard, if you're familiar with the area, really serves as a collector. That is carrying the lion's share of traffic, and the way that the code is written now, we could not have our neighborhood identified. There are 2 brick kind of wing walls that exist along. There you go, one there and then one on the other side. And so our ask is to be allowed to put what we believe to be moderately sized signs on those walls for proper neighborhood identification. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and Mark stands ready to do the same.
No one signed up to speak on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application?
And these signs aren't lit, backlit, anything, just,
And they're like
they're
less
just
than
built
50.
into the brick,
Correct.
basically,
Well, they're affixed to it,
to
yeah.
to the brick.
And they're like less
to
than
that
50
face.
square feet.
And you're not gonna have additional signage at the gates getting in, right?
There is an identification sign on Mezzaluna, or excuse me, on Mezzaluna, where the actual entrance is, but not along Watermark.
So these would be on the gate, on the corners.
Uh-huh.
And then there still is identification at the entrance. And these are about
Like 48.
48 square feet. Isn't there anything about signage along the street for a brick wall? No,
I think the
know
issue is
there's
it only
not.
allows them at the entrance, which,
You're right.
I mean, you know, if we were, anyways, I think it's, I'm not sure what the intent of the sign code and not allowing them other places. This one is unique because traditionally you'd have multiple access points, you'd have multiple opportunities for signage. This one just happens to be a collector street, and so the main hall of traffic is not going to be in a place where you'd ever see any neighborhood identification unless we get this variance.
Yeah. But again, the sign code is base. It's the base that was created that if you wanted to do additional signage, you needed to come before a board. The board then gets to look at individual signage and make sure that it's compatible and not going to be a problem to me.
And that only entrance is off of that Mezzaluna Avenue?
Correct.
Brick
That's
wall all
right.
the way around.
So if you were looking for the neighborhood, you're not going to, I mean, Mezzaluna kind of dead into a office commercial development. This will at least allow people that are looking for the neighborhood to see it along that main thoroughfare. Mark, is there anything?
Anything?
Yeah, I want to be clear about this just so it's on the record. So I'm in support of this application strictly because I do think that it's met the statutory requirements because on a typical development, you're going to see the signage where you see the entrance. I can absolutely see somebody driving around and being unsure as far as where the entry point is. I'm sitting here looking at the aerial of it and I'm not sure. So I believe that this makes sense.
For the wayfinding itself, like, I
Yes,
agree.
it reminds me
Identifying the
of
property.
the case that we had come before us on the Metro Tech some time back.
So I kind of just want to hold up my vote until I can hear Mark see his
what
arguments.
He has to say.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm in support. I'm in support, Mark. Change your mind.
Right.
If anyone
And you
can
like the
change a
sign
yes
code.
vote to a no vote,
Both of you are so enamored with the sign code and well
they did,
versed.
yeah, they did such a good job with the sign code. It is very clear on,
You good? All right, so I'll make a motion to approve case number 16235 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested variance.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. There, cast your votes.
Was the motion to approve? Thank you.
You're approved.
Item number 8, case number 16188 is an application by Jackson Radford to allow home sharing short-term rental located at 6309 Northwest 62nd Circle.
I think I would have saved myself a little bit of time. We're just requesting a continuation on this one, and I think I should have done that at the beginning, but that's all I'm here today to do is request a continuation for a later date. We're still working with the city on permitting and getting some of those, or not permitting, inspections and getting some of those cleared for the property, so.
You have a date in mind?
4 weeks?
All right. June 4th? Is that
We don't have, it's June 18th. We have one meeting in June.
June 18th? All right.
Is there one at the end of May?
May 21.
May 21?
That's
6?
2 weeks.
2 weeks for 6? Okay, let's do that. We'll do 2, and I'm gonna push as hard as I can, and if we need more time, we'll reach out.
All right.
No one signed up to speak on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? Okay.
All right, make a motion to continue case number 16188 to the May 21st, 2026 meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue. Cast your votes. And we'll see you back shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Item number, excuse me. Item number 9, case number 16206 is an application by Long Trend of Dragon Nest Rentals LLC to allow home sharing at 2025 Northwest 21st Street.
Hello, my name is Long Train. I'm here to continue asking for a special exception for my home located at 2025 Northwest 21st Street. Today, I bring my property manager to help me manage my Airbnb to manage it better.
No one signed up to speak on this application. Does anyone want to address the board on this one? Okay, anything from the board?
And I remember this, we continued this and asked you to get a property manager, and so you brought a property manager with you. Excuse me. How many other properties do you manage?
For me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm just helping in this one only. Because I live three streets from this house. So that way, if something happens, I can come by and take a look and check to make sure that everything's okay.
Do you have any experience managing these types of properties?
Yeah, in the past I had, and we used to do a lot of sign inside the house. So that way, like no parking, and also in the listing, that no parking in the street, and also maximum how many car in for each house. So like for his house, I told him that to have maximum 2 car only, and that 2 car can park in the driveway, so there's no need to park on the street anymore. and I live 3 blocks from his house. So we're able to see camera. If guests have more than 2 cars, I will able to come by, take a look, and check on them.
How recently was the last time you were managing a short-term rental?
Me?
Yes.
A few years ago.
Here in Oklahoma City?
No, in New York.
Do you, have you been brought up to speed on the issues, the concerns rather with this property and the reason why we've made the recommendation that this gentleman hire a property manager?
Well, he basically asking me to help him because I live nearby his house. So that way I'm able to keep an eye on them easier.
Do you have any intention of managing any other properties?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Do we have anybody here to speak on this?
Not on this one.
They didn't come back.
Yeah.
I guess maybe I'm willing to give you another year, but that would be the maximum that I could even get behind. And I don't know that you're managing this close enough, even with a neighbor who's 3 blocks away. It's a 2-bedroom home.
Yes, it is.
4 guests. That means 4 people in that house, the maximum at any time, not just at night, sleeping over, any time.
For the Airbnb.
And 2 vehicles in the drive, no on-street parking. You obviously have neighbors that are watching you, one across the street who came and spoke last time.
I'm okay with a year and we revisit.
That's where I'd be. And I'm only okay with that.
I'm struggling. I'm really struggling with this. I'm revisiting my notes from the April meeting, and we had 2 different neighbors who reported parties, beer cans, cars left in the lawn.
A pony.
Yeah, and my biggest concern with a lot of that was because there was a significant portion of that information that the applicant wasn't aware of until attending this meeting. And so I don't think it's just as simple as having cameras there. There were cameras there, but if the cameras are not capturing all of these offenses, then it doesn't assuage the neighbors' feelings about what's taking place at the property. I do appreciate you getting a property manager. That being said, I'm using that term loosely, and this is no offense to you, sir. I appreciate you being willing to help, but if it sounds like you're just helping a friend that's in a bind and you're convenient because you live in the area. If you're not actively engaged in property management of short-term rentals for any other properties and don't plan to be, it just seems like this is just checking a box to get by, and that's where I'm really struggling with this, because if I vote to allow this short-term rental to continue for another year, I want to do so knowing with relative certainty that it's going to be managed well, that I'm not putting the neighbors back in a situation of dealing with what they've had to deal with for the past year.
I'm in agreement with that exact statement, and I think that 1 camera on the doorbell is probably not sufficient. There's other means that you could do to make sure that the property itself is being managed better.
And that happened because the neighbor didn't have my numbers.
And they do now, I know.
They do now, all of
Right.
them. They
But
do.
I don't even want your neighbors to have to police this for you. I want you to be able to do this. I'd love to hear you tell me you're going to get sounding,
I mean, if I didn't catch anything, they will let me
You know.
know,
but a better camera system, noise, so you could hear how, if they were being too loud and unruly. It's just, there's more you could do.
yes.
And I'd love to hear you tell me you're going to do that.
Yes, I will install more cameras around the house.
No, I know, but if he's even just says he's gonna do it and we give him a year and it's well operated, then we know he's listening.
Well, I think that needs to be part of the, if we're going to approve it, I think that needs to be part of the application. I think we need to set out what specific things we want. It's sounding.
You're willing to purchase decibel monitors for the property? You're willing to purchase decibel monitors for the property?
Yes, I do.
I'm trying to get on board.
No, I know, I
wanna get on
agree.
board.
That's what I wanted to hear.
But it was not small concerns that the neighbors shared previously.
No.
And the only other thing I can think of is just retaining a management company that has a lot of experience in this area.
I would agree with that. I don't think that we articulated that we would recommend, because I don't think we can really require it. But my understanding and expectation and hope was that he would maybe reach out to some of the more experienced management companies who do have experience managing properties in this area, some of whom might have even been on that very docket. Again, I know we're not to run his business, but that would raise the bar for me rather than just simply, and I think you stated it well, getting a friend to just try to check the box and help him out.
Maybe we got it misunderstanding. He just said he doesn't manage any Airbnb houses at the moment, but he has properties and he does manage houses with tenants. So he do have experience with managing houses, not just with the Airbnb right now. So he's an experienced person.
My own house is only. I don't do for other people, except because he asking me to help him. I live nearby, but I take care of all my houses with long-term rental only.
How many?
9.
All in this area?
Yeah. Okay.
And would you be the first point of contact for anybody leasing this short-term rental?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I can be in favor, like I said, for 1 year.
Okay. I like the idea of decibel monitors.
I do too.
Do you have decibel monitors in any of your long-term rentals?
We just have cameras.
Okay. So decibel monitors are definitely going to monitor if there's a party or not, right? So I don't have any of that type of equipment on my properties, but I would definitely look into that. I'm going to make that a requirement. Is there anything else? That being the biggest thing.
So just to go over it.
1 year, 2 cars, no parking on the street, and decibel monitors are the big things.
Yep.
All right. I'll make a motion then to approve case number 16206 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. This will be for a term of 1 year, 2 car maximum, no on-street parking, and the applicant will install decibel monitors within the next 2 weeks.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
How many guests was that?
4.
Or guests.
Or ghosts.
4 ghosts.
You're approved.
Thank you so much.
Item number 10, case number 16213 is an application by Jay Gallagher on behalf of Brenton Hewitt to allow home sharing located at 8404 Candlewood Drive.
Hello, Jay Gallagher, 1309 Glenbrook Terrace, Nichols Hill, 73116. Here for 8404 Candlewood Drive on behalf of Brenton Hewitt.
And no one signed up to speak on this application. Does anyone want to address the board on this one? Anything from the board?
Just to go over your application a little bit, but it's a 3-bedroom duplex.
That's correct. The owner's going to live on the 8406 side. This is for 8404.
So the property owner themselves are next door?
Correct.
That's always good. Maximum number of guests would be 7. You have required hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. And so for me, I don't think you can use the garage to park in.
It's empty right now, so it's
It
an
is empty?
option,
Okay.
so yes.
Just when I drove by, there was stuff in there. So, I mean, I'm gonna say if you can, 4 cars maximum on the property, but 2 have to be in the garage to be to 4. So 2 in the drive and no on-street parking because of where that is.
Yeah, it's a pretty busy street, so I wouldn't recommend that, but.
New application too, so 1-year term.
Nothing else? Make a motion then to approve case number 16213 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested special exceptions with the following modifications. 4-car maximum with 2 cars being in the garage, no on-street parking, and for a term of 1 year.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
That's not what we're seeing. There,
We go.
do it again.
Oh, okay.
I already voted. Do I get to vote again?
I think so. It's okay.
All good.
Okay, now you're approved.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Item number 11, case number 16230 was continued to May 21st. Item number 12, case number 16233 is an application by Deborah and Mark DeMoss to allow home sharing at 1223 Northwest 21st Street.
Hi, I'm Deborah DeMoss, and my husband and I, Mark and I, owned and operated 1223 Northwest 21st Street for the last year as a short-term rental. We also occupy it as our own home 1 week out of the month because our son, daughter-in-law, and their foster children live in that same neighborhood, and that's the whole desire for us to have this home, is to be able to support them on a regular basis. So we're seeking approval for extension of what we got last year from you guys, the variance for us to be able to, or exception, I guess is the word, for us to be able to run this as a short-term rental. And the desire is that we would ask for more than a year. I understand I can ask for 5. So sure, let's ask for 5. And then last year, you had pulled us back to 7 as guests, and I was asking for 9. And then that's it. Those are the only changes. Everything else, we have great relationships with our neighbors. They have our numbers. We also have a well-known co-host, Jay, who is managing the property for us. So he's here local on our behalf when we are at our other home where our other children and grandchildren live. Got any questions? I gave you lots of good pictures. Last time you asked me, Don, about the room with the 2 queen beds. I gave you multiple pictures of that room. So we have 3 bedrooms, queen beds in each, but one of the bedrooms has 2 queens, and we have a queen sofa bed.
No one signed up to speak on this application. Does anyone want to address the board on this one?
So, Just to go over the application in the house, it is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home.
Yes.
The number of guests is going to be a question. Quiet hours from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. They're good. For me, I think we've been doing a 3-year term on the first renewals,
Okay.
and then the number of vehicles would be 3,
Yes, that's what we've had.
and no on-street parking.
Overnight is what you had said, yeah, the last year, yeah.
Yeah, so during the quiet hours, so from 8 to 8.
Yeah, totally understandable.
And I will leave up the number of guests to my co-parts.
I feel like he took the easy part.
I did. So we approved 7 last time too, so
Yes,
I'll
you
just
did.
start there.
Yes. I'm asking for 9, we could negotiate, I don't know.
How large is the house, ma'am?
Pardon?
Large is your house? How many square feet?
It's 1,540 square feet.
It's listed at $18.99, actually.
Oh, is it? Okay. I'm shortchanging myself then. We try to be good neighbors. We actually have put an additional $60,000 into that house since we bought it last
Yeah.
March.
I'll just say, so the reason why, like, even 7 people in a single-family home on the street's a lot of people, if you're just considering it as a single-family home with family in it. And so you go to 9, I mean, that's just a lot of people in a single-family home in a residential setting. And that's why, I mean, I'm kind of like the idea that we've been just 2 per bedroom plus 1 more. And it's kind of been our standard, and my standard also, and that's why we are where we are.
That's why, I'm sorry, what?
That's why we are where we are on those, on the
Oh, okay.
amount and how we get there. And it's just a lot of people in a single-family home.
Yeah, and last year you had mentioned your concern with the 2 queen beds, so that's why I thought perhaps we could have some room for an additional guest. And because quite honestly, my desire is that we have a couple and children or 2 couples and their children, so you could easily get to 8 with 2 couples sharing a home. I mean, that's what we've done with our kids and grandkids at different Airbnbs and stuff. So that's my desire. I live in this home a week out of every month. I don't have any desire to have, you had mentioned construction workers and stuff, and like, oh, no, we're not doing that. That's not my desire at all. I want my grandbabies to be okay on the carpet when they're there.
That's a risk you're taking.
It gets scrubbed on a regular basis, trust me.
I mean, I wrote down 7 for me.
And
That's
again,
a
it's a
3-year.
standard, yeah. We know where you are.
Yeah, you guys know where I'm at. I'm pretty standard across the board. It's
All right.
2 plus 1.
So 7, some of the others in the neighborhood have 8. You don't
Wait till
care.
they come
When they come back here, yeah.
I'll make a motion then to approve case number 16233 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested special exceptions with the following modifications. Maximum number of guests will be 7, 3-car maximum, and for a term of 3 years.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're approved.
Thank you all.
Item number 13, case number 16217 is an application by Jeremy Howell on behalf of KTA Property LLC to allow home sharing at 1325 Southwest 14th Street.
Jeremy Howell, Howell Community Enterprises, 36 West Memorial Road. This is a continuation of 3 years ago, just, 3 or more renewals that were expired and one's a new one. And so this first one is 1325 Southwest 14th Street, sleeps 4, has 2 bedrooms, and 1 king bed and 2 singles. We do 2 cars, max. No street parking, all the usual stuff.
No one signed up to speak on this application. Is there anybody who wants to address the board on this one? Okay.
You've been representing this house for the last year, right? I mean,
Yes. Yeah.
Not a new property.
Correct.
This is one that got caught up in the.
Yeah, and this
in the mist.
one, we just couldn't get them all fit in the last one. It was too much work. But they were all paused, returned to 30-day stays at the same time. So these have been 30 days longer than the first three, but I'm fine waiting a month again. I don't really care.
And you're, again, the quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. would be okay.
Yeah, oh yeah.
2 bedrooms, 1 bath, 4-person maximum.
Yep, 6'4".
I don't see anything else. Do you see anything?
What are you guys wanting to do? Did we determine if it was a month that?
He switched it to a 30-day, so.
So if there's not been any short-term rentals, then I don't see the need to have any way.
delay.
If there's been short-term rentals, then it's going to need to delay for the same amount of time that it's been rented for.
And it's on a 30, right now it's on 30-day plus,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, it has been for a few
So
months.
it's been a month anyway.
And honestly, there's a midterm stay there now that leaves in 2 months. So it won't be even turned on for another 2 months. That's when their current lease is on there. And once again, we're just asking for a year again because it was expired.
There's obviously somebody looking at the property too and the dates, since someone turned in a code violation for it
Someone did turn in? Oh, I had no idea.
on March 4th.
Yeah.
Say 2 cars?
Yeah, 2-car on the drive.
Yep.
Quad
So
hours,
it's all
2
over
cars
there.
in 1 year?
Yep.
All right. Make a motion then to approve case number 16217 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Quad hours are going to be from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 2-car maximum, and for a term of 1 year.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. And you're approved.
Item number 14, case number 16221, is an application by Jeremy Hell on behalf of AVSAR Land LLC to allow home sharing located at 1126 North Chartel Avenue, Unit 107.
It's the same thing as last time, as one will expire. It's just a 1-bedroom. And we actually pay for a dedicated parking spot if this unit's covered. And we have a sign that says it's for ours. And it says we allow 1 car. I do pay for a second spot that's like an overflow in case 2 cars show up, but, so I actually pay for 2 spots, but we allow 1 car. Sleeps 2.
We'll put the quiet hours to 9 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Quad hours, 1 car, 1 year.
Yep.
Anything else from anyone? We good?
We have all these on your calendar to get done in 11 months rather than after.
Whole database now.
All right, I'll make a motion then to approve case number 16221 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Quad hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 1 car maximum, and for a term of 1 year.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. There. You're approved.
Item number 15, case number 16222, is an application by Jeremy Hell on behalf of AVSAR Land LLC to allow home sharing at 1126 North Chartel Avenue, Unit 108.
This is just the unit next door to it. the same thing, we pay for a dedicated spot for this one too, and one overflow.
No one signed up to speak on this application. Does anyone want to address the board on this one?
And Jeremy, on all of these, none of these have had short-term rentals. They're all 30 days? The ones you
They were
presented
converted,
today?
yeah. Well, we had some stay that booked over the next few months, but we can't take anymore. We have them for a few months.
No, I'm saying the ones that we're considering today, they're all 30-day plus guests.
They are right now, yeah, yeah. Because they were expired. When I realized that, we converted all the homes that were expired to 30-day stays.
And we've not had any short-term in the last month?
I honestly don't track the calendar. We might have had one or two stays that had already booked before I had converted them, is what I'm trying to say. We didn't cancel people, but we didn't take any more bookings when I realized they were expired.
Are we still under that 10% if these units are next to each other?
Yeah. I mean, it would have to meet the criteria before that would even be taken as an application. So the block itself is just the apartment complex, I believe.
Yeah, and ours have like outside doors. Our tenants don't even need.
So it's the number of
complex.
units. I'm sure there's more than 10.
Is it 10% rounded up or rounded down?
So if there's 11 units on a block, can you have 2, or do you have to get to 20?
No, every block gets a minimum of 1, and then it's 10% of the total dwelling. So to get to 2, you'd have to have over 20 dwellings
yeah.
on the block.
Yeah.
And we have 20 dwellings on this block?
Yeah, but just like I said, I don't think it would get to here if it doesn't, right? You wouldn't
That's our
accept the
last one.
application.
Yeah,
do more,
we could pull the file, but you wouldn't be able to be here if you exceeded the 10% unless you were a timely renewal.
Just want to make sure that we're not, and we're in conformance, so. And I can get behind it, I just want to make sure that we confirm that. So I'll make it subject to staff confirmation that we're not exceeding it.
I think Cindy's pulling the application right now.
Okay. You want
And we don't have any short-term activity on these, Sarah? Any short-term rental?
to, okay. And I'm guessing we're making the same modifications.
Does that say 70?
Quiet hours, 1 vehicle.
1 car and 1 meter.
So we've got over 70 dwelling units on that block.
Okay. All right, then I will make a motion to approve case number 16222 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the requested special exception with the following modifications: quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 1 car maximum, and for a term of 1 year.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Approved.
Item number 16, case number 16224 is an application by Jeremy Howell on behalf of Tim Reed of RSS Properties LLC to allow home sharing at 2245 Northwest 54th Street.
This is a new one. It's not an R&B yet. We just do a midterm stay in it until we get the license process finished. It is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath. Probably can fit 2 cars. We're gonna sleep 6. It's got 1 king and 2 queens. A queen each bedroom.
Anyone sign up to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? I don't have anybody signed up.
It's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath home.
It is, yes, sir.
The application says 7,
Oh, it's, I'm putting 6 in there. I checked the listing this morning.
so, okay. So
We put in our
6.
PMS software just to book the midterm stay, the 3-month person, but it'll be 6. It won't be
And
7.
you're good with 9 PM to 8 AM on quiet
Yeah,
hours?
of course. Yep.
Two vehicles in the driveway?
Yep.
And I'm just going to say no on-street parking during the quiet hours.
Okay.
So you can do it in the day, but not overnight. For the 1-year term.
All right. Quad hours, 6 cars. How many cars?
2.
2.
2 cars, no on street during. This is the one with the protest?
I don't think so.
No, 1, 6, 2, 3, 4.
A different one.
All right.
The next one.
All right, then there's nothing else. I'll make a motion to approve case number 16224 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Maximum number of guests will be 6. Quiet hours from 9 PM to 8 AM. 2-car maximum, no on-street parking during quiet hours for a term of 1 year.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Approved.
Item number 17, case number 16214, is an application by Emmanuel RD Homes LLC to allow home sharing located at 11925 Southwest 17th Street.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Rejoy Korean representing Emmanuel RD Homes. Initial application for short stay rental, brand new construction, 2025. 3-bed office / another bedroom. That's, 1,600 square feet, initial application.
Okay. No one signed up to speak on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? Okay.
So it's listed as a 3-bedroom home.
What's that again?
I said it's listed as a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, 3-bedroom and office / another room.
Right, but that room doesn't have a closet?
No.
So it's not going to be considered as a bedroom?
It's a 3, yes, correct.
And you're asking for a maximum number of guests to be 8, and so today, I would suggest 2 per bedroom plus 1, so a maximum of 7.
Okay, we can reduce that to 7.
Number of vehicles in the driveway, probably put,
The 2-car garage.
is it accessible? The garage is accessible?
Yeah, 2-car
So
garage and
We'll just say,
car driveway.
yeah, 2 in the garage and 2 in the driveway.
2 on the outside, yeah.
So maximum number of vehicles to be 4. No on-street parking on this, and the term would be 1 year. 1-year term,
So 1 year,
yeah.
okay.
First time these come through, always 1-year
1 year,
term.
and then we come again? Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and timely. So you have to come back before it expires.
Okay, gotcha.
Now, in the quiet hours, I'd like to revise them from the 9 PM to 8 AM.
9 PM to 8 AM, okay, that would be good.
All right. Make a motion to approve case number 16214 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Maximum number of guests shall be 7. Quiet hours from 9 PM to 8 AM. 4-car maximum with 2 in the garage, and no on-street parking in a term of 1 year.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Let me just say this, there's a couple of protests in the application that are written in the application, so if you don't
Yeah.
have them, they'll get them to you. Just contact them to give them your number, so
Yeah,
they
we
have a
s-
contact number.
Yeah, we saw that, but that's not in relation to this address. When we look at the address, it's a completely different property they're talking about.
I believe the Rankin Road is,
Oh,
it got
it's
Yeah, it's
numbered.
like 30
two
minutes
of
away.
them.
Yeah, never mind. Sorry.
Just wanted to
It's
make
done-
sure you
done.
read them all.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I don't believe you have any protest in those. sorry.
All right,
Anything else?
you're approved.
Thank you.
Item number 18, case number 16218 is an application by Parashon Realty LLC to allow home sharing located at 7617 Parashon Road.
Hi, my name is Dan Truong, asking for a special exemption.
Would you pull the microphone down? There you go, so I can hear. Thank you.
I'm Dan Truong, asking for the special exemption for the short-term rental at 7617 Passion Road, Oklahoma City.
And I don't have anybody signed up to speak on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? Okay, anything from the board?
There is one written application, or one written protest in the application.
I'm sorry.
There's a written protest in the application.
No.
Did you see that? There is one.
Oh.
So we'll get you a copy of that. And just to go over your application. Yeah, I wanted to make sure it was in opposition. It was. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home.
Yes.
Asking for 6.
Maximum number of guests you're asking for is 6.
That's correct.
I want to add quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. to the application.
Mhm.
Term would be a year, and then can you use the garage?
Yes.
So 2 in the garage and 2 in the drive for
That's
maximum
correct.
number of vehicles. No on-street parking.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve case number 16218 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 4-car maximum with 2 in the garage, no on-street parking, and for a term of 1 year.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're approved.
Thank you.
Application by Gary Davis on behalf of Partners ALLC to allow home sharing at 2729 Northwest 21st Street.
Yes, my name is Gary Davis with QN Partners NA, LLC. Asking for permission to do home sharing at 2729 Northwest 21st Street.
No one signed up to speak on this application. Is there anyone who wants to address the board on this one?
So there was a code complaint on this
That's what I was told, yes.
on March 24th, 2026.
Sarah, what are you showing as far as rental activity?
Sorry, what was that?
He was asking staff a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And while she's looking that up, I'll just go over the application a little bit. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath home.
Yes.
So you were asking for a maximum number of guests to be 4.
Yes.
I'd like to add quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Okay.
And put 3 cars in the driveway.
Yes, and there's parking in the rear.
Yeah, big parking spot in the rear.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say maximum number of vehicles would be 3.
Yeah.
Probably don't need more than that. And the first time this application will be heard to be a year.
Okay.
If we were to approve it. What we are looking for is we have a software that will show the short-term leases that were on any individual property. And so we're using the Oklahoma City software to check that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so according to Rentalscape, this was first seen back in 22 or 23. But yes, there has been rental activity back to the 1 year that we can see.
So this has been short-term lease for a year,
Yes, sir.
and so you're here today to get it in compliance?
Yes, sir. Yeah, as soon as I got the notification, I canceled all of the bookings on it, and I put somebody in there over a month for right now until I did this hearing.
And when was that? When did you receive notification on that?
On March 4th. March 4th. I called Agent Kimber, I think, Kimbra, the number that was on there, and he kind of gave me some pointers on don't do any sharing, home sharing after 10 business days from the time that was notified. So everything else was canceled.
And that was code enforcement?
Say it one more time.
That was code enforcement who
Yes, yes,
you're
sir.
communicating with?
Yep.
Do you know the last date of the last short-term rental booking that you had?
I can look, because I didn't delete anything. I just put it to 30 days.
Well, the reason that I'm asking is because it's lately been the policy of this body to establish a wait period before you can short-term rental again that is commensurate to the amount of time that you operated without being in compliance. So if you can tell me when the last rental you had was, then we can start the date from that time.
My cancellation was on, I didn't use that person there. So when I was notified on March 4th, I had somebody in there till March 8th. And at that point, I did not rebook it after that. So 4 days after getting the notification, I just finished, I didn't know how to tell somebody, hey, you have to leave because I get this notification.
So basically you haven't had anybody last month.
Say again?
Basically, you haven't had anybody
Absolutely
short-term
not.
rental last
Nope.
month.
That's 2 months, right? You said March 8th?
March 8th was when I,
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, okay. What did we, did we ever come to a conclusion last time? I forget.
No, I mean, not really. What I'm going to say is that you did follow the advice given to you by the code enforcement, and that's very much appreciated from my standpoint on this. And and not then leasing it again for the last 2 months while this application was pending. I think that's where I stand, that you follow what you knew.
yes, sir.
Marcus?
Did you
what do think?
did you happen to have a license for short-term listing and not a special exception, or just you had nothing?
I had nothing, sir.
Did you have other long-term guests anytime before you got that notice? Or were they all
Not
short-
before the notice, no.
They were all short-term rental?
Say again?
They were all short-term rental?
Yes, it was short-term only.
Nobody stayed for 30 days longer, just even on a short-term basis, but didn't stay longer than 30 days?
Before? No, that
Or did you have any periods where nobody stayed at the property at all
I had
for
a lot of
30
period-
days?
I had a lot of period where nobody stayed, and I made no money.
How long have you owned this property? And since you've owned it, has it only been used as a short-term rental?
So I do not actually own this property. Q Partners NA actually own this property, and I've held it now for about a year now that I've had it as a short-term rental, as
So
a
you're-
subleasing, sorry.
So you're managing this for
Yes.
an ownership group?
Yes, sir.
And not that it matters at all, but just is the ownership group a local group or an out-of-state group, or?
No, they're local. It's been in his family forever.
Yeah, the math on it's gonna be kind of tricky. Say somewhere around 3 months, and 2 months of that he's already not been.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, I think we had talked about not doing a full year but capping it at 6 months, right? And crediting the 2 months already, so that's an extra 4 months. You know, thinking to the judicial system, if you are incarcerated and for good time, you sometimes get off early, right? So I'm definitely willing to shorten the 6 months if for the last 2 months it's not been short-term. You want to be able to credit or at least give deference to those that are trying to do right. So
I wish I had that Mark lawyer guy with me, but he's not here with me. I'm just joking. But yeah, just I don't allow parties. I kind of run a tight ship on that. There's never been any.
Do you manage other properties?
Yes.
I would be.
You didn't realize you needed to get a short-term lease?
Yes, and I didn't come prepared with printed outs of it, but I did get with an attorney before and have him start working on it, and then he kind of ghosted me, and I've got text messages where I'm asking him where we at on this home sharing license, and he just never came through. And I don't mind sharing that with you guys if I could pull it up real quick.
Well, it's understood.
Half of the remaining time.
I'm in support of really just about anything as long as we're all on board with just being consistent with it moving forward. So if we want to make special considerations for.
I mean, he attempted to get an attorney. You did get it, and you got the code enforcement letter, and then you just decided, okay, I'm doing this on my own, and you took care of the situation, and you stopped. And so for me, I mean, that would be enough, but that's just one boat.
I think I'm with you, Marcus. I think we need consistency in everything that we do. I'm not sure we've had one where they actually stopped and had this long of a period without short-term renting the property. So that's a pro.
I think we also need to take into consideration, if we're taking this applicant at his word, when he was contacted by code enforcement, he stopped renting it as a
Right.
short-term rental. And that's different than some other situations where people had previously had licenses and special exceptions, and then they failed to get renewals, and then the neighbors, reported them, or other people showed us that they were still renting it, and they knew better. So
Yeah, and it's
I'm
also
prepared to reward the behavior going forward.
Right. It's the first time we've actually heard anyone tell us that code enforcement gave them the suggestion to do it, and you followed through with it.
Yeah,
So,
we
I
actually
mean,
text
that's a
messaged
big deal.
things like that, because I had to go on a trip and I didn't know when this hearing was going to happen because of something was already booked with the flight, and I didn't know if I was going to miss my on this hearing date. But he's like, no, it'll take a little bit of time, because I tried to get down there and pay that $1,100. It said you have to pay your application fee within 2 business days or something like that. So I went down there, and they're like, we have nothing. You have to wait to hear back from the board before you can for the hearing to do that. So
Fill out the application and complete the.
Yep.
So what it sounds like is whenever somebody receives notice, if they comply with that, don't lease it again, we'll consider that
Time spent.
good faith and.
Yeah, I'm
and
willing
time
to
spent.
reduce the time. I'm not willing to just completely waive the time. I think that's where I'm kind of at with that.
Well, I appreciate whatever you guys do for me, I really do.
Well, if you throw us some suggestions, it might help too.
Time served, I like that. I've lost a little bit of money there, so.
If we're willing to say that, hey, they operated for a whole year and then they came immediately afterwards, we talked about postponing it for 6 months, right?
Yeah.
But that's under we haven't had a situation like this one where they actually stopped.
Have you filed for a license?
Say again?
Have you filed for a license?
That's what this is, isn't it?
This is special exception. You still have to get a license for home sharing. I just didn't know if you had already gotten that. Because they would tie those together, right? And if we wrote the board order that it started on June 5th or whatever, that's kind of where you're going.
I'm almost willing to say instead of 6 months, go half to 3 months and then
And two
time
served.
served.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I
Trying
just want
get
to
this
balance
figured
it
out.
because Don's point has been he wants to incentivize people to come in and get compliant, whereas and I know you, Roberto, have as well, have been on the side of we need to reward those who are following the process.
Right.
And so this gives us an opportunity to kind of balance it out a little bit. And I'm willing to say if somebody, and I'm open to other suggestions too, but it sounds like we're already leaning this way. If somebody immediately stops leasing it, then maybe that's where we incentivize them to come into compliance, because the crux of the issue before was the ignorance. And as you've stated, ignorance is not an excuse. Ignorance of the law isn't an excuse. So if somebody's out there operating truly ignorant, no malicious intent, they find out that there's an ordinance, they're required to have a special exception in the license, all they have to do at that point is cease operations, don't lease it again, file an application, come in.
And I'm willing to go through 3 months at that one, right?
So you still want there to be some penalty?
Yeah, because I still want to incentive. I want to give credit to those that are doing right, but I'm willing to reduce the quote unquote sentence, if you want to call it that, down in half. I mean, 3 months is huge when you're trying to run a business.
Okay. So I thought I was the strict one on this. So basically, I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm on board, but if somebody ceases operations, then the wait period would be half the time that they've been operating without the license. If they continue to lease it, then there would be a wait period that would equal the amount of time they operated out of compliance, up to a maximum of 6 months.
I kind of feel like that.
I want to know where you are.
Oh, I'd go 2 months delay. Give them the year, but it's effective 2 months from now. And
Or
3
that's
doesn't
even-
offend
That's
me.
even harder than him. He's going 3 months, 2 months served.
Oh, 3 months credit for time served.
Emily Kay?
He's with me.
Listen,
And she's
This
also
is-
privy to what you've been saying, so.
no, I haven't heard what they've been talking about. I don't listen to, because they're talking about staff things. I'm more interested in what my colleagues are saying. And it is not an easy or flippant decision that we're making. We're trying to send the right message. We're trying to take each case on its own merits, but also send the right message to balance incentivizing people to come forward. And, holding people accountable when they don't follow the rules. And you gentlemen know my background. I mean, it's ignorance is no excuse, and there are consequences to be held. So I want to hear where everybody is on this so that I'm understanding where we're placing this balancing point. So my colleague, Mr. Noble, would grant the special exception now, moving forward. Okay, Mr. Uday, you would.
Yeah, so I'm just about the consistency. Today, I'm ready to support a policy, for lack of a better term, that would allow anybody, as this gentleman who's come in and said, I'll stop leasing it right away, I'd support going ahead and granting them with no delay. And only penalizing the ones who have continued to rent beyond the notice. But also, I'm on board if Roberto sees that there needs to be some period, just a reduced period, then I'm on board with that. I just want whatever the result or the fruit of this discussion is today, I plan to stay there moving forward.
Well, I also will say that when we write really complicated orders, that's a challenge for staff and for other people. And so, again, I think based on what I've heard today, unless somebody wants to, give me some information that's going to make me change my mind, I'm supportive of Mr. Noble's position on this. And again, votes don't have to be unanimous. They do not have to be unanimous. And we can, moving forward, if we hear things and as we learn more information and again are taking each case on its individual merits, we can change our minds and articulate that. But I'm in favor of incentivizing the coming into compliance based on the response to the code enforcement contact with this individual. That's where I stand.
And for me, I'm of the opinion if they get some sort of notification that they're out of compliance and they come in, they continue to rent it, and they come before us, and I'm saying we talked about, if it's been a year, you have to serve up to 6 months, or 6 months. Well, let's say, as in this case, you stop the operations, you're going to spend probably a month or so going through that process anyway. But if they cease and they're saying, I'm wrong, I'm going to try to get into compliance, and we see that, I want to say instead of 6 months, reduce it in half. So in this case, it would be 3. He's already served 2 months, so I would be in favor of delaying it 1 more month and just saying, we're going to grant it 1 year starting June 8th. That's kind of where I'm at. So you still, for the people that are coming in here and trying to do right, they get to operate immediately. For those that are completely out of compliance and have complete disregard for the rules, make them wait 6 months, but as in this case right here, you're crediting them, you're incentivizing them by getting that penalty period down to 3 months or half. Let's say they were out of compliance for 4, but they do right and they come in, reduce it down in half, down to 2 months, and then with time served from when they ceased, and then they come before us. So it's kind of in the middle, but.
Well, would you support if we just said blanket 1 month? Because this process, rounding, is about 2 months anyways. And if we reward the folks that come into compliance and stop all operations immediately by cutting the time in half, in essence, we'd cut the maximum penalty in half too, which would be 3 months. So the max time anybody would ever be out is 1 month. So are you on board with saying that as long as somebody ceases operations, we'll just penalize them 1 month, unless they've operated less than that, in which we just grant it?
Right. I mean, if they operate for more than 6 months, let's say, right, and then it takes them 3 months to get to here before us, I don't want to penalize them another month after that. I want to just say, okay, time served.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to save us from doing math also. So if we just
I like math.
If we just say across the board, like, all right, you've ceased operations, we can verify that. Just wait 1 month and then you can operate. Versus those who've continued to operate, you're going to go, day for day up to a maximum of 6 months.
What kind of documentation are you going to want to see that shows that they have stopped? Other than, it's just the verbal?
Verbal, and I mean, our software should tell us if it's been rented out after
My
that.
question would be, how do you want us to do the license? Should we be signing off on the license for 1 year and then they can't home share only for 11 months? Or do you want to give them 13 months and tell them that the license isn't issued until
The penalty.
a month from now?
And correct me, wouldn't it also be administratively easier to keep it tethered together? So 1 year, 1 year. So if we say you can't operate for 1 month, you just lose a month of eligibility on your special exception.
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Well, does that create headache for?
All of this is challenging. I will say according to our Rentalscape software, we have 2,146 Airbnb operating in Oklahoma City today. I would say this board sees maybe 200 a year. So the folks before you are representing about 10% of the properties that are out there in Oklahoma City currently. Now that could be, many of those could be primary residences, getting licensed appropriately. I'm not saying they're illegal, I'm just saying we have over 2,100 properties advertised for our city.
How long does it take to get a license?
To come through here, to go through this, at least 2 months, right?
No, not to here, but the license itself.
Just get it.
Well, they have to submit an
But they have to have a
application.
special exception if they have to have a special exception before they can get the license.
Right, what I'm saying
if they're a owner-operator, they can just get a license.
What I'm saying in this case, taking application by application, we make the special exception tied to getting the license and do it to tie them
definitely.
together.
Right.
If it takes a month to get the license. And
Oh, you mean after the board order?
Yeah.
10 days, right? Because there's a period of,
Well, we have a 10-day grace period,
Grace
and then
period.
that following week I work on them. But we enter everything into the permit portal, so that's where our dates come in. So people that want to inquire on when was it approved or how long, it's all in the permit portal. And the licenses, it's the system, they queue them for us to review them. So they come up to us in our queue to look at them, and I typically will take our agenda when they're approved, and that's the date we use, or whatever day this 30-day can't, I wait until that day. Because they can, once it's in the permit portal as an approval, then it's going through the process that evening to create that license.
I'm just saying, can we make the special exception to still allow, to give them 12 months, say pending whatever the date is that the license itself is approved, to tie them together?
No, your special exception has to have a expiration date, a date certain.
Yeah.
and the applicant has to agree to it.
And they have to have a permit, an application for a home share license in the portal so that it, will be in there for us to approve. And then it goes back down to licensing's queue and then they issue. But, on this case, if you haven't applied for one.
Right. I
Then-
thought this is the first step of
Yeah.
doing that, so.
So it sounds like, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like that we're painting with too fine of a brush. This just needs to be broad strokes. We need to determine a threshold, and beyond that threshold, they get denied. Below that threshold, we approve them. The 6-month thing is already spoken to by ordinance, so we don't have to specify that. If they get denied, they can automatically come back in 6 months. That keeps everything clean, it keeps everything smooth. So then the question is just, what threshold?
But I believe his complaint was activated by our Deckard home sharing. They were going through there and it had a Deckard complaint. So then that notified him to come in. So now he's here, and so he was just operating off of our software complaint. I believe his was a Deckard complaint.
So, and we're likely to see more of those, right?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
So if that's the case, then I'm in support of approving these. If it's flagged by the system, they get knowledge of it and they come in and approve it, especially if it's too
And it sounds
difficult
like code enforcement is actually telling the applicant or the property owners what to do. So if they follow what to do, that's why I was in favor of just moving forward.
And if they see it activated on the Deckard, then they're getting a code, they're actually getting a citation.
200
And that's, because we don't have that mechanism, but the permit does.
If we grant a special exception today, and he goes over and applies for a license tomorrow, when does he get a license?
Well, it gets queued in the permit portal and they send it to us for review. And then we review it to see, he got approved today. Oh, they want it to be effective in 30 days. So we wouldn't sign off on it because you can't do it in the future. It doesn't want a future date. It's either you sign off on it approved, denied. And so you have to kind of
You have to then put it in so that it,
Or Cindy, what Cindy will do is she'll wait till the 10 days,
Yeah.
right, Cindy?
Yes. And in this case, if you haven't applied, if they just approved you today and you hadn't applied for your license, then you're not going to get a license, and then you're subject to another code violation if Deckard doesn't see a permit. So,
Right.
so don't operate.
No, actually, I leave for vacation tomorrow morning, so. Yeah, just tell me what
but I would be
my
call,
date
I
is.
would,
and- Sorry.
as a courtesy, at some point I call you and say, you need to get a permit,
Okay,
or a license
license.
application in.
okay.
And then because when I get done with that docket, I just want them to either be resolved in one way. Either you need to apply or you know about it.
Right.
I think it's up to us to figure out, do we want to go with time served? Do we want to do the half of 6 months at 3 months and crediting time served?
I think I got the votes.
All right. You want to make a motion?
If you don't want to, I will.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to mine.
See where we are.
3 months plus time served.
So I'll make a motion then to recommend approval of case number 16227 on the basis that it meets the statutory requirement for a special exception with the following rules would be a maximum of 4 guests, quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., a maximum number of vehicles should be 3, no on-street parking for a term of 1 year.
I'll second.
Sorry, did not mean to interrupt, but I think it's a 2-bedroom with 2 full beds, like a king and a queen. Is that 3 people or 4 people? Okay, 4. I thought you said
Maximum
3.
number of 4.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Well, you're approved.
Thank you.
Item number 20, case number 16228, is an application by William Burleson on behalf of LVM Investments to allow home sharing at 5217 Northwest 109th Street.
Good afternoon. James Miller from A Real Home Away, 3000 East Britton, Oklahoma City. On behalf of LVM Investments LLC, requesting a special exception for short-term at 5717 Northwest 109th Street.
All right, we do have somebody signed up. Okay, number 20, Ian Steedman. Come on up, either one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ian Steedman, 5213 Northwest 109th Street. Last time I was here was in October of '24 when Jeremy Howell submitted an application. At that time, some of you might have been traumatized by my sharing of the party house next door with the drinking and partying until 3 or 4 in the morning, people having sex in the pool at 4 in the morning. And if you look at the plat, you will see that my bedroom, master bedroom, is in the northwest corner of the property, and the pool and patio next door are in the northeast corner, probably about 10 or 15 feet from my bedroom. So after the requirements that you put on the property, such as limiting the numbers to 9 guests and trying to keep the cars in the driveway and 9 p.m. curfew, some of those things were enforced. Mr. Howe did put a decibel monitor in, which helped tremendously, but didn't always stop. I mean, he would try to get the people to stop partying. Some of your recommendations about calling the police, that went nowhere. They said people are allowed to make noise and listen to music in their homes, and I said, well, it's not their home. They said, well, we will try to stop by. I don't know if they ever did. Parking is limited. There's 4 parking spaces in the driveway. There is a 2-car garage, but nobody ever parks there. The house is sometimes used for traveling salespeople teams because it's got 5 bedrooms, but 9 cars still take up a lot of room. So when we call the place that you told us to, the Action Line, they said, we'll get somebody out there. They come out on Tuesday for a phone call on Saturday, middle of the day, there's no cars. There's no cars. They're all gone because they're out working. If it happens at night, parking overnight, code enforcement doesn't come out at 10 o'clock at night. So parking is still a bit of a problem. There was a large party, December 19th. Fortunately, I had taken my children and their families to Branson for Christmas, but apparently I came home to beer bottles and liquor bottles. There was fights in the street. The property was damaged, Mr. Howell told me. Mr. Howell, by the way, has been very good to work with. But there's a limit to what these property managers can do. So I understand you guys can set limits on the number of people, but how do they enforce it? You set numbers on number of cars. Mr. Howell did inform me to keep calling the Action Line because apparently you guys get information. Most of my neighbors gave up. They found out it wasn't doing anything, so they don't call anymore. So the reason I'm here today is we have a new property manager. There was supposed to be a follow-up after a year, but that never happened, so I don't know what your policy is there, because we came in October of '24. He was granted a 1-year conditional acceptance, but I don't know whatever happened to that, because none of the neighbors got notified of another hearing. And so just letting you know, this is a quiet neighborhood. The people that, people do have parties, but this house is often used primarily for parties. It is a 3-day, I think, was the rule that you put, minimum rental. That did help as well. So as far as representing our neighbors who have talked to me, I was able to get off work to come. If we can keep those same limitations, that would be great. And any suggestions you have about the parking, because I knew property man, I don't know what he can do to enforce that any better than Mr. Howell could. So thank you for listening.
Can you tell us when that party was? Did you say December?
The weekend of December 19th.
Of 25?
Correct. Thank you. And most of the neighbors expect my wife and I to call since we're the closest. So I don't even know if the police were called that night. But it was the wildest one that we've had in a long time.
Any other questions, comments from the board?
So we just, a Real Home Away, we have over 140 properties that we manage in Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and other states. And we do have, the same guidelines that we have for all of our properties, the quiet hours, the parking, and we do vet them. I mean, I can't speak to the prior property owner, and I do appreciate the neighbor. One of the things, we just took this overlay, as I mentioned, in April, and we applied for the special exceptions as soon as possible. Our team reached out to some of the neighbors. I don't know if you were one of the ones that was reached out, to try to just build that relationship, to let them know that if there are any problems, to contact us directly. We have 24-hour support, and so we can get someone out there pretty quick. We're local, so if we had to, even one of our team members can head out there and call the police and meet them. It's unfortunate that people don't respect someone else's properties. My wife and I use Airbnb all the time, and we don't ever complain publicly, but we tell the property manager, hey, here's what we experienced and stuff like that. Try to build that relationship. I use that, and our team uses that specifically in our relationships with the property owners and with the neighbors. And if there is an issue, we try to rectify that as quickly as possible before it becomes a problem. Now, I saw that the special exception permit expired in October. As I mentioned, October last year. We just acquired the management of this property, and so we applied quickly, put it on a 30-day minimum rental. We had to block out some of the dates because there was repairs that we noticed that needed to be taking place. And so we're trying to bring the property up to a level that is a standard with all of our other properties in quality, and then manage it accordingly. We are sensitive to the neighbors, I do want to say that, and we want to make sure that we do build a good relationship with them.
Sarah, what's the rental history on this one?
Why she looks that up too, I'll just ask, so is it a new property owner or just a new property manager?
I don't know when the owner actually bought this property, but we just took over management. I wasn't going to mention the previous property manager, but the previous speaker did mention he was here earlier. Okay. Yes, it is the same owner from taking over him, but we don't know how long that the owners had the property.
And I realize, I mean, a short-term rental with a pool is probably very difficult to manage and maintain. When did you guys take it over?
April 5th was when they signed the PMA, and I think we filed shortly after that for the exception. So we've barely had ownership of the property for a month. And like I said, we've had to block out because there were repairs and maintenance that needed to be taken care of.
And what additional measures are you going to be able to handle or to take to keep the parties to a minimum? I mean, is there video cameras?
There are video cameras. We install Ring cameras on the front door, make sure that we can see who's coming in and out. We install cameras on the garage, and so we're still in the process of updating some of these things because all of our properties have them, so that we know who's coming and who's going. I did notice that there were we do notice that there were decimal monitors in there, and that'll help. But as I say, we do have a 24/7 team that monitors everything and responds. So if they call, they get a response. It's not something that they wait until 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock the next morning.
Property was purchased by LVM in May of '24.
Okay, and you asked about the rental history?
Yeah, what does it show since October?
So since October of 2025, it looks like there were some rentals in October, November, just a few days in December, a couple days in February, a little bit in March, and April. And then there's nothing booked out, and it's not currently listed live on the platforms.
Now we got a situation where it expired, owner knew what the process was, and it's just been out of compliance. We have to start forming a matrix.
Step back up to the microphone, please.
The property wasn't rented in January because they had to make repairs after the party in December.
some party.
So on this one for me, and you're not the owner, you are the property manager, you might want to defer this and get with the property manager and come back to us with an idea of what you think might be a situation that you could agree with, or we could.
I'm in favor of denying, me personally.
Indefinitely or for a period?
It's
6
6
months.
months.
6 months?
So yeah, you can, if we deny it, you can appeal in 10 days, or in 6 months, reapply.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I think the unanimous decision on this would be to deny the application today.
Yeah.
You said LVM bought it in
May of
24.
24. And then they came in that fall and they got their license, their special exception. I mean, they
followed.
understood.
Okay.
So,
But didn't.
They had a different code, and then they hired a real home away in April.
right.
And then they submitted the new application.
So I'll make a motion to deny case number 16228.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny. Cast your votes. Okay. We'll probably see you back in 6 months.
6 months, okay.
But he's got to start all over with a new application, is that correct? Okay.
Understood. Thank you, appreciate you.
Item number 21, case number 16232, is an application by Joshua and Jennifer Quintus to allow home sharing located at 1713 North Quapaw Avenue.
Hi, I'm Melissa Feather, and I am representing Josh and Jennifer. We bought this home back in 2024 because we frequent the showgrounds and show Arabian horses. And so since we frequent so much, we decided this was a great place to buy a house and have an extra place to hang out at and during our 2-week stays. So we decided to move this into a rental, and we are just looking for the approval for that.
No one signed up on this one.
I'm curious on rental history.
Is there anyone who wants to address the board on this application? I don't have anybody signed up. Okay.
I don't have anything on Quapaw.
Okay. So you got your license in July of 25, but you never Airbnb'd it?
No, because I didn't quite realize what the process was.
Well,
So-
we think you just didn't finish the process, right? We think that you applied for a license and then you would have had to come here and that just didn't happen, but you haven't been renting.
No,
Right.
let me say that our seamstress that does all our costumes and outfits, she did run it for 3 months to help us get through this process. So,
That's not short-term, so it wouldn't fall within
yeah,
this
that's what I
part,
understood.
so.
That's what I understood. So I didn't understand what a special exemption was, so was part of the delay. So it's just been sitting there. We've been paying for it. There you go. I do have a question, though, on the parking.
Yes.
One of the reasons why we really liked this piece of property was because on the street in front of the house. Both of the two houses back up, and that whole opening across the street is their backyard, where it's not driveways. Because we have big trucks, you know, four-door dually trucks, and the driveway being so small, we were like, this will be great for us to be able to park our truck and have a truck there. So, I mean, for us, our personal use, but that was my question on the street parking. I didn't understand. I've heard so much of that through this, so I was just curious if someone could educate me.
So street parking is only going to apply if somebody is actually renting it. So any restrictions that are applied onto Airbnb are not going to apply to your personal use.
Okay.
I think our concern is your short-term guests parking up and down a residential street. That's generally a big problem, but I'm not worried about your truck
Okay.
unless you're parking it on the street.
Okay.
So,
So we're good on rental, has not been rented. This is your purview now.
Okay, and again, to go over the application though, it is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home.
Yes.
What
But
is-
we did make there's like a back room that we made an ensuite just because there's 2 primary couples in it, so it has a bathroom to it. So there's a back bedroom with a bathroom, and then there's 3 bedrooms with a bathroom. So,
In a remodel,
yeah, it was remodeled. We bought it fully remodeled, ready to go.
okay, well, it's listed as 3 beds, 2 bath.
Pardon?
I said it is listed as 3 beds, 2 bath.
Oh, okay.
And so, and that being said, that's why just the number of guests you have at 8, it would be a maximum of 7 for me.
Okay, that's fine.
Quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. You're good with that? 2 vehicles in the drive.
Okay.
The garage can't be used or can?
It's a single car, small garage.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll
it
just
can
put
be used for one small car, but
yeah.
yes.
I'll just say two vehicles in the drive.
Okay.
And then no on-street parking during the quiet hours. I know that you were talking about that.
yeah, there was one protest in the packet. Did you see that?
I did read it, yes.
Okay.
She's
Okay.
back kind of behind.
Okay. Did you reply? Did you reply to that?
I didn't know I was supposed to.
Sometimes just to reach out to them, just so they have your contact number, but that's it.
I'll be happy to do that.
Yeah.
We hope that we don't really have to advertise it because we have lots of colleagues in our horse business that are constantly asking us if they could rent our home from us. And we're like, or even use our home. We're
Right.
like, yes, but under,
And so
following-
anybody that was willing to do it for longer than 30 days,
Mhm.
none of these rules
Apply.
apply.
But, we would rather
Right.
not
I just
get in
wanted you to
trouble
know
than get
that.
in trouble.
that- Right.
So,
You wouldn't be limited on any of the things that you're limited to this today.
yeah.
Anything else?
I respect you ask for 25 years.
I did.
That's out.
Yeah, and
You can't have it if you don't ask for it, but you
Right.
can't have it.
You're right. Well, you never know if you can't,
Right.
ask. I
Yep.
don't know what you're supposed to put. It
And
didn't
so
say.
with all new applications, we do a 1-year term and then move
Yes.
forward from there. Anything else, anyone?
No, I'm good.
Then I will make a motion to approve case number 16232 on the basis that it meets the statutory requirement for a special exception with the maximum number of guests to be 7, quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., a maximum number of vehicles to be 2, no on-street parking during quiet hours for a term of 1 year.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're approved.
Thank you very much.
Item number 22. Case number 16219 is an application by Andrew Hayes and Anna Hayes to allow home sharing located at 4212 Rankin Road.
Good afternoon. This is a renewal for me.
Give us your name and address for the record,
Andrew
please.
Hayes, owner at 4212 Rankin Road. We were approved for a year last year. We've made some modifications to the home to increase it to a 4-bedroom instead of a 3-bedroom with we didn't have a closet in the room before, so we took some of the cabinets that were in that room, a built-in bookshelf, and turned that into the closet area. It does have a bathroom for that room and then a sliding partition door for it. So that was the amendment to the home from last year. I had put 15 on the application. Now, I'm not expecting 15. The reason I put that was because VRBO lists it based on the number of beds, and so they do a computation for how many guests it can support. We have had the HOA reach out to us and say, well, your property is listed for 15. It's not really listed for 15. It's listed for the maximum of 7, which is what the permit allows right now. So that's why we put the 15, so that those two would line up. We would like to have the number of guests increased. Particularly, we've had to say no to a couple of families who wanted their grandparents to be able to stay with them, and it would have been over the 7. So I would really love 9 or 10 guests would be awesome. We have 5 cars under the permit right now. We're fine with all of the other rules and regulations or things that you put on the permit last time. Everything's been fine with those. Our permit did expire on the 1st. We were not able to get on the docket for the previous meeting. We have not taken any bookings since the 1st. So we do have a couple of reservations after the permit expired on the 1st, but no bookings at all. We did have 2 code violations reported to the city, both for not displaying the permit. Both were dropped when I got a hold of the city attorney and gave them date time stamped photos showing that the permit was properly displayed in the window. And then we were contacted by the HOA for 3 separate items. One was our trash can was out on a non-trash collection day. That was because I had missed the trash collection and we'd scheduled a special collection. The second was our lawn was too long, and that was in a period of excessive rain when all of the lawn services had been suspended for us, so we did get that taken care of. And then the third was we had a guest, we had a few nurses who were staying there, and they decided to host their management meeting there without telling us, and so there was some on-street parking. However, that was not a violation of the permit technically because the permit was not to have on-street parking during quiet hours, but I did reach out to the guest and had them move all the vehicles. So those were the 3 items the HOA had reached out to us about. I believe there was a protest filed on this one. I wasn't provided it, but I heard someone say that it was on another case. So I think that's all the information I've got.
Nobody signed up on this one. Does anyone want to address the board on this application? Questions, comments from the board?
Just some comments on the application then.
Yeah.
I did look it up on Airbnb, and it does say 7 guests on the application, and you are a 10 out of 10, so just throwing that out there.
I'm sorry?
I said, and you are received a 10 out of 10 as far as your host rating. So.
Oh, thank you, yes.
It does have a pool, and those are always concerning. And so management is always very important in those situations. You said that it's a 4-bedroom now?
Yes. So previously it was a 3 with an office, and we didn't have closet, so obviously we couldn't call that a bedroom. The closet, or that office has built-in bookshelves, and so we just made part of that be a closet space.
Did you permit that by any chance?
No, I had my contractor do it.
Yeah, no, I know. And I actually drove by there when they were doing that work, and so I know that work was going on in there. I don't know exactly what it was, but I knew that work was going on.
I know that they pulled permits for some of the renovation they were doing. I don't know specifically.
It just helps us quantify the number of bedrooms,
understood.
and
Yeah.
so that's where I was going with that.
Sure.
So what are the number of guests you're requesting today?
I would love to have 10. There are beds for 15, including the crib. Obviously, that's a lot. The square footage of the home is over 3,000, so it's a good-sized home. And the goal would be for, extended family to be able to share the home, more than one family unit. So I'm comfortable with what you guys decide. I'd say my strong preference would be a minimum of 9. I'd love to be able to say, 2 family units of 10, we got 5 cars, so 2 people per car.
And you heard me before, I mean, a single-family home in a neighborhood, residential setting, 9 people in the house is a lot of people, a lot. 15 is impossible for me to
Oh, absolutely.
ever get to.
Like I said, I didn't anywhere expect that,
So, and I could go 2 per bedroom plus the 1 to get to a maximum number of 9. I will say that there was multiple protests here the first time this came through. They were concerned on how you were going to operate. You obviously have operated it pretty well. They haven't come back.
There's multiple.
You just have the written.
Yeah,
the written ones.
yeah.
And someone did send one of them to me directly,
And
so
you
I
did,
saw that.
well, right, and you did, I mean, you explained them, all of them, so.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, managing an Airbnb is difficult as it is, and with a pool, it's even more difficult, and satisfying everyone who doesn't want that near them is a lift, so, I'll leave it to you guys to do anything else. I do want to revise the quiet hours from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Sure.
1 hour earlier.
That's fine.
Or 2 hours earlier than is in the application.
And I believe that was the same one as before. I think I probably misentered that. I'm fine
And
with
I
it
do that
staying.
with the swimming pools.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, just to try to appease the neighbors as much as possible.
Yeah, my next door neighbor Matt is great. He'll let me know if there's anything happening. But I've only had to call a couple of guests and tell them, hey, I can see you on the noise monitor, and my neighbor called, and you need to pipe down, and they've all been respectful.
How many cars?
You were at 5 cars?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a circle drive. It can
That's a
handle it
huge
easily.
drive.
Yeah. And we'll just keep them out of the street too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on my listing, I said that no on-street parking is allowed at all. While the permit did only prevent that during the quiet hours, I just feel it's easier to just tell people, don't do it. And I've got multiple cameras in the front, so anytime I see anybody not in the driveway, I just give a call.
Okay, that's good. Let's just say none then.
Okay.
And you're good with the 9, you guys?
Yeah, especially if it's a 3,000 square foot home.
2,800, so it's, yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion then to approve case number 16219 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Maximum number of people shall be 9, quiet hours from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., 5-car maximum, no on-street parking, and for a term of 3 years.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. You're approved.
Thank you. One point of clarification, since the permit did expire on the 1st, I have turned down a few bookings.
You
I'm
couldn't
allowed
let
to
that
do
up.
that?
Yeah, so during that interim time, we haven't been saying you can't operate.
All right.
So long as the application's in and it's pending.
Yeah.
We've been good. No, you're looking at me. I mean, they're doing what they're supposed to do.
So,
The
yeah,
whe- the wheels of Oklahoma City applications are
Yeah.
sometimes slower than
All right,
others.
thank you very much.
Item number 23, case number 16234, is an application by Brendan Field Inn to allow home sharing located at 2236 Northwest 48th Street.
Hi, my name is Brenda. I'm the property manager at 2236 Northwest 48th Street. This is my dad. He's the property owner. We're requesting a special exception to operate a short-term rental via Airbnb at this property. It's a 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 26-square-foot house. We do have policies in place, including no parties, quiet hours from 10 to 7, and a max guest limit of 8. We do have a 2-car garage that is accessible to guests. And then we have a driveway that can fit 4 more vehicles. And we don't allow street parking. And yeah, so we're just requesting approval. Operate.
Number 23. Okay, I've got one signed up to speak. Francie Palmer? Okay, come on up.
Hello, I'm Francie Palmer, and if it's all right with you, I'm going to read my comments because if I just talk, I'll exceed the 5-minute limit, I'm sure, so.
Give us your address just for the record,
Okay,
please.
2317 Northwest 47th Street.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I live in the neighborhood close to the property in question. My house is actually 4 houses and half a street to the west. On our street, within a block, we have 3 short-term rentals, Airbnbs already. One of them happens to be across the street from my house. And this is in no reflection on them or what they plan to do, but we've had several issues similar to the gentleman earlier with the house across the street with multiple late-night parties, cars parked along both sides of our street until 2 and 3 a.m. where we couldn't even get in our driveway or out of our driveway. We've had a lot of drunk people, some who came up to my neighbors on the west, who are 2 ladies who live there at 3 in the morning banging on the door, and we just have not had good experiences. So I don't expect these comments to cause the application to be turned down. I just wanted to go on record for our neighborhood and 4 of our other neighbors. I agreed to come and speak to this issue. Our concern is we are 2 blocks or 3 blocks west of the Oak development. If you're not familiar with that, that's the big new development at Northwest Highway in Pennsylvania. So our neighborhood has become very attractive, of course, to investors for obvious reasons. People staying in the short-term rentals can do that a lot less expensively than staying in the hotels in the area. So we know there are going to be more and more houses that are going to be converted to Airbnbs in our neighborhood, and I understand why. I've lived there for 26 years. I know everybody on our street, on both sides of the street, which I know is very unusual these days. It's because I'm old and because I've lived there a long time. So we just want to make a comment about our concern that it's changing the neighborhood. The stability of the neighborhood has changed when you have that many short-term rentals and people coming and going. So I appreciate you letting me make those comments. Thank you.
I want to just tell you a few things about those and talk to your comment. So there's an ordinance that says only 10% of the dwelling units within a block can be short-term lease. So let's just say this block that we're looking at today at this application is 48th to 47th. It's Young's to Barnes. 1 house in that block. So
I'm the next block west.
right, I'm just telling
Yeah.
you, so say your block, 1 house can be short-term lease in that. So we're not gonna be able to, or applicants won't be able to just fill this area up with short-term rentals.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I wasn't
And then
aware
the
of
next
that.
thing I wanted to tell you is that if that is a problem across the street from you, then you call the Action Center as many times as you need to and try to get through them to do a formal complaint so that we can see that, and then they will then, because I don't know if it's a legal operation or not, but they will then cite them, and then we would know about it. A legal operation, we'd get to know about it. An illegal one, then they're going to get fined and then have to come see us anyway. So
Okay.
it's
We have tried that, and-
297-2535. It's
Okay,
pretty
I
simple.
appreciate that.
Or email them. Just keep
Okay.
doing it. That's all I can
We've had
tell
2
you.
owners of that property that operated it as an Airbnb. The first owner was out of state, lived in Texas, so that was an issue. And we have tried to call in the past, but we'll continue to do that. And I appreciate that very much.
And your comments do help. They do matter. We have actually denied applications in the past because of the way that properties were managed. And so
Good.
just to know that we do try to balance everything, especially when we've got communities that are being affected negatively by Airbnb. So,
Well, I
just want you to
believe
make sure you know
I
that.
appreciate it.
Well, we've been here for 3 hours doing this, and so it's.
Yeah, I've been here since 1:30, so.
But we
Thank
do,
you.
I mean, you can't tell, we don't rubber stamp them, and we do our diligence to try to
Thank you.
make them as good as
Thank you.
possible.
Okay, and go ahead and respond.
I want to say something, if I may. I appreciate you.
Would you get,
Yeah, just
step up to the
and
microphone.
recognize
We can-
Yeah, my name is Phil. I'm the property owner. This is my daughter. I appreciate her come up here and give opinion to all the neighbor. And I also want to let her know that my property is very well kept, always nice and clean, because I value my property very, very much, and that's my priority, to take care of everything nice and keep the neighbors nice and looking. So.
Any other questions, comments?
Nope, just go over the application a little bit. You have, oh, never mind.
I'd like to know, Sarah, do you show history, rental history? Because the case history on this says that there is previous history in the permit bureau with home share complaints.
Yeah, so this one has been home shared for a while. It was first seen back in 2023. So they've been operating for several years with many rentals and no complaints, which is a little bit interesting based on what we just talked about. If there are other ones operating in the area, they may not be legal. So if you can have one on this block 5 and you approve this one, it will prevent anybody else on the block from being able to have it. And then we can see if there's other ones around there that are not operating legally. I'm trying to kind of zoom into that detail, but there are several within, a couple block radius that are showing up as non-licensed. 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 or 6 of them.
But this is part of it. So, I mean, this has been rented for the last 2 years.
So have you been managing it, you?
Yes. So I was actually unaware that we had to have a home sharing license until we got the notice. But once we got the notice, the fine was paid immediately, and then I just took actions the next following days to apply for a license.
When was that?
I think we got a notice on March 18th, and then ever since then, I had just blocked out those dates, and then it's currently unlisted right now.
Is that what you show, Sarah? Because here's where I'm at. If there are that many home share listings on the block, and these are the first people to actually come up and want to get in compliance, I want to value that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I just trying to figure out some sort of penalty period.
No, sure,
on
yeah.
this
So
one.
based on the information we can see, Airbnb shows that this property has been, was first listed back in November of 2022. And then it captures, different times of the year of each year when we can
Right.
tell it was
But when was
advertised.
the last time it was rented?
Last time it was
This year?
occupied.
Yes.
It was, or I
go
have the
ahead.
date, April 2nd.
Okay.
And then you got a violation, code violation? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
so
saying?
I got a code
You were
violation.
notified
Yes, in March,
probably
and
by the
then
system.
yes, and then we paid it immediately, and then
And
I
then
think we
shut
had
down.
gotten another notice, but I think it was because I had just blocked the dates out and I didn't completely unlist it, which I didn't know that I had to unlist it. So then we called, and they said that we just had to take it down completely. So that's what we did.
Okay. But you weren't leasing it either.
Do it.
You weren't short-term leasing it either. They were blocked out so that they weren't
Yeah,
being used.
right.
I think it comes pretty close to the one that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I mean.
And again, I'm with you. They're first in here, so. Good for you. I don't know if you understood what I was talking about as far as the number of people that could list.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's 10% of any one block And so no one else on that block would be able to have a short-term rental if we
Yes.
approve your application.
We want to approve it, but we also, I'm a stickler for some sort of penalty period. So I just,
Yeah, that's fair.
Which I think, again, we're going to go back to the 2 months that you haven't been doing it, or April and.
so April 2nd was the last time that it was rented.
Yep.
It was. Let me double check real quick. I'm
think
pretty
she
sure it
was
was
showing it
April
too.
2nd. Yeah, so it was April 2nd to the 5th.
And then really, there's only like 3 days and then nothing in February, so.
Did you, and there's a written protest in the application. Did you get a copy of that?
I just did earlier today. That was my first time seeing
Yeah,
that.
so just, if you would, just reach out to them, just so you have their contact information. And
Yeah.
I mean, I read it, it's very general, it's not just about your property, it's about in the neighborhood.
Gotcha.
So but for that 2nd through the 5th, pretty much it's been unrented for the last 2 months. I mean, I'm still back.
I mean, there's like one weekend in February and March total.
Okay, and when did you get notified?
March 18th was our first one. So we didn't exactly like cancel those reservations.
booked.
Since they had already booked prior to that, but I just ended up
You blocked
blocking those
everything
dates
after.
and then ended up unlisting it.
So I'm good with granting, subject to at this point, 1 month period. 3 months minus, I don't know.
I mean, and I don't know what's in the queue. Could you imagine if there's one in the queue? And they come in 2 weeks.
Right, so that's why I want to grant it.
I'm going with today. Yeah.
But if we grant it today, but say you can't rent it for a month, then.
Do you understand what he's saying? So if you agreed to take the application and us approving it today,
They requested
I need you to,
2023.
in order to satisfy him, what I would like to hear you say is that we won't open this back up until June 7th.
June
But that's on
7th.
your own recognizance, basically.
But you would also lock in that you're the only one that's going to be in that block. And that's going to block out anybody else that would try to come in here and get a
Do you
special
understand that?
exception.
Kind of. Do you understand?
So we would request that you would, on your own recognizance, on your own volition, to not rent this out until June 7th.
7th, yeah. Okay.
Open it back up and you're free to go, just to do it and follow the application.
Okay.
So what,
Sarah, I'm just saying it's their own recognizance. I don't even want to know what happens, really. Just.
So just so
You're
you know,
saying
this
don't
is your.
accept any new reservations.
Right.
Right, but they have
Until
the special
June
exception
for-
and they have the license.
Yeah. So what we're saying is, in this block, Sarah, you're saying there's about 4 Airbnbs?
No,
No, no, no. I'm saying within this neighborhood, there's probably 6 that are showing up as unlicensed in this, to our neighbor's point about
Yeah.
having multiple.
But
I'm
we
saying this
are
is, I'm
protecting
saying
this
these are,
block.
I'm saying these folks have been operating without anybody that unless I'm missing the complaints, they've been operating for a while without any.
So what you see up on the screen, that dotted line around, that's the block. That's the platted
Yeah.
block. So only one home in that block can be home shared legally with a special exception. And so that would be you.
Okay. Okay, I understand now.
But we want to grant it to you so that someone else doesn't come in and get that special
Okay.
exception, and then you're kind of,
Yeah, that
you're
makes
out
sense.
of luck at that point, right? So we want to do that.
And you would also need to timely renewal. So in 11 months from now or 10 months from now, you start this renewal process to keep your special exception and not let someone else take it from you
Okay.
in this block.
Is that 1 year from June 7th?
No,
From today.
today.
Oh, from today.
Yeah, so it's like 10 months from today, start the application. You'll get the full 12 months of license and special exception, but start the application early so you get in, so you do not lose
Okay.
that
Got it.
timely renewal.
And the incentive to running a good operation is that if you do renew timely, we tend to grant a larger, you know,
Longer term.
a longer
Okay.
term next time. So you want to make sure to do that. So, but what I'm saying is I want to grant it, but do not accept. You can start accepting reservations after June 7th.
Okay.
I think it's also important for them to understand that you need a license. Okay, so this is the special exception
Yes.
part, but there's two parts to it. And so I want to be sure that you do understand that you do need a home sharing
Yeah,
license.
I understand.
Okay.
And Cindy is your contact.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we're ready for a motion.
I think have we gone through and done?
Yeah, we need to just
Quiet
go through
hours.
it, but yeah, it's a 4-bedroom home, so the maximum number of guests you're requesting is 8. I want to revise the quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Okay.
Put that in the application. Can you use the garage
Yes.
to store a car? So I'm going to say maximum number of vehicles in the driveway to be 4, and no on-street parking since it's on that corner.
4-car maximum, 2 in the garage.
Yeah. And the term's 1 year.
Okay.
All right, I'll make a motion then to approve case number 16234 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exceptions with the following modifications. Quiet hours are from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., 4-car maximum with 2 in the garage, no on-street parking for a term of 1 year, reservations after June 7th.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. There we go. Cast your votes. And you're approved.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 24, case number 16211 is an appeal by Holly Hunt on behalf of Taylor Volk of Clover LLC from the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission to deny HPCA 25115 for a CA within the HP district located at 827 Northwest 17th Street.
Go ahead.
Hello, Holly Hunt. I live at 5913 Northwest 82nd Circle. We're here to talk about 827 Northwest 17th. Just want to give a quick overview of why we're here and why the appeal was filed. Basically, this property, and you can see in the staff report, it has a history of being what I would call kind of a difficult site for many of the homeowners. I was contacted just last year from the current owner, a very recent property owner of this site. He presented the property to me, a very large 3-story house with a basement that had 2 accessory structures in the rear. One of which was a 1-car, 1-story garage, and the other a 2-story accessory structure that every bit of evidence we can find was used for dwelling throughout its history. So our proposal was, which was supported by the guidelines, to rebuild, basically replace in place that 2-story structure that we can prove was dwelling, and then to build a new 2-car garage at 450 square feet, which is allowed for by the guidelines, even when a historic garage isn't present. That is allowed. This was a difficult decision and project for the commission, for staff, but I think why we're here and the real importance of this appeal is I think there was this kind of overlapping pejorative view about this property that was held over from either past, applications, past attempts at CAs. And my client and myself, I have 10 years experience right here in Oklahoma City, coming to HP see. I'm very familiar with the guidelines. So again, I felt that we were presenting a very approvable design and application. And even if you read through the staff report, each of those buildings, if they were only one or the other on the site, would have been approved. We're very much in keeping with what the guidelines intent are. I think the difficult decision was having 2 accessory structures on the site, even though we have proof that historically that were the case. So again, I just think it came down to a very inability to be pragmatic and unbiased towards the proposal. And so we're seeking an appeal just to prevent us from not being able to fully develop and finish out this property. I'm happy to answer any questions, talk in further detail about that process, so please.
Anybody sign up?
Nobody signed up, but I think I see Katie.
Yep.
You want to chime in?
Do you want to go first, Katie, or do you want me to just ask some questions?
Yeah, you'll just ask.
Okay, and so really and truthfully, I just wanted to ask the question like what you were appealing, and kind of, so in just your statement, it sounded like you're appealing that there was preconceived outcome to the application.
Yes, I feel like there's so much support for both of these buildings through the guidelines, but there was just an inability, I feel like, for the commission to see it in that light, that there is support for it, in other words. I brought evidence at these HPC meetings to show that that 2-story replacement structure was not used for parking. I feel that the staff really felt like that should be our garage. But for my client and for his purposes, it's clear that parking was always an issue on this property. That's why they, maybe in the 60s or at some point built this 1-car garage. There's evidence of 2 other 2-car carports that have since, been demolished. But obviously, parking was something that the owners of this property realized was needed. Prior to this property owner, that 1-car garage was demolished, okay? So again, when I brought this property on, my thinking is that I am replacing historic structure, something that is very in keeping with the intent of the guidelines. Now, as we got into it, it just seemed that there was just a lot of pushback in my mind, without much support, just absolutely against this. We brought unique circumstances about the location of this property. It happens to be on a very odd little curve with an alleyway behind it there as Chartel turns into 17th. So it's a peculiar site, but yet we're still able to meet clearance ratios. We are not nearly covering our site half as much as the entire block. I mean, a lot of this block has 2-story garages right up next to the main structure. So we see a lot of, I guess what I would say, unique circumstances as far as design. And here I just felt like we were just met with an absolute bulwark of it's not going to happen. We don't want to see 2 buildings on this site, regardless of its historic evidence of such and its support from the guidelines. So that's where we're at. Again, I have always been able to kind of come to common ground with the HP staff and the commission. So this was something new to me as well. I felt like we had a uphill battle, but it was met with so much resistance, we really had no option but to seek an appeal.
And then in the application itself, the 2 questions that you have maybe are that the replacement of the 2-story structure is supported by the guidelines, and since it was not historically used as a garage, the intent to add a garage according to the guidelines was pursued.
Correct.
One.
That's exactly it.
Question 2 was, we hope the Board of Adjustment agrees that the HP guidelines do allow for these 2 structures to be built given the unique circumstances of the property and its history.
That's absolutely
And
it.
so then they came back with 11 different recommendations, specific findings. And then I guess you have a problem with
Well, some of which are supporting.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. One you're good with.
Right. I mean, I guess what I can say is that the structures are within the defined guidelines as far as space, massing, materials, separation. I met with the staff as well as Thad Johnson at Subdivision and Zoning. We reworked this site plan. We actually rotated that garage to access it from the alleyway to avoid further, as we got into building permit, you can't have a garage door open onto the property line. So we worked at great length to meet in the middle and try to come to a compromise. We even, shifted the building to provide some additional non-garage parking off-street. So in total, we're providing now 4 parking spaces for this lot, which previously, today, has none. So again, we feel like this application is really in keeping with not only the guidelines, the neighborhood, and the intent of the historic neighborhood to keep people off the street, to provide parking for property owners, and to rebuild and maintain historic structures when available and well documented. That 2-story structure, we're making very minor changes to it, but as you can see in the staff report, ultimately this is very much a reflection of a rebuilding of a historic structure. That's our intent. We're not trying to be egregious in any of these requests. We feel there's plenty of support in the guidelines. It's just, I think it came down to just being a very difficult decision for the commission because of the unique circumstances involved with this property and involved with its history. They just kind of threw their hands up and didn't feel that they could make a good decision. So that's why we're here.
And I did watch the meeting, so kind of understand what both sides were saying and what they came to the conclusion of. You guys have anything to say? You want to hear from Katie? And Katie, I wouldn't expect you to go through the entire case again, and I mean, maybe they want to, but I watched it.
Yeah, I guess, does anyone, Katie Friddle, Planning Department staff, does anyone have questions specifically, or? I mean, what I would say is that we saw no evidence to show that this was not historically built as a garage. The Sanborn maps call it an auto house from the beginning to end. It is in the form and mass and placement of a historic garage. It is very typical of historic garages in Mesta Park and Heritage Hills and that surrounding area. Unfortunately, the structure was torn down without being documented. We know that at various points in time it was used as a dwelling, but I firmly believe that this historically was a garage. That's what the A stands for, auto house, on the historic Sanborn maps. And these are accurate, trustworthy documents of the historic properties in our districts over the course of the past 100 years. The 1-story structure was determined to be non-historic and non-contributing to the district in 2017 and permitted to be demolished on that basis. It was described at that time by the county as an enclosed carport. So what the commission was looking at was a request to build back structures that were not consistent with the historic development of the property, that were larger than in what had been there historically, not consistent with the historic development of the district in general. And I think that so I think that was the overall basis of their denial. The guidelines do support, when you had a 2-story garage, the reconstruction of a 2-story garage. The guidelines also, in general, allow for the construction of a 1-story garage up to 450 square feet. That doesn't mean you get both and everything all the time. And I think the combination of these structures on this site, in combination with what we knew about the historic evolution of the property, did not justify for the commission approval of what they were asked to review.
May I rebut a little? I would just say that we did bring a lot of evidence to show that this 2-story accessory structure was never used for parking. There was no sign of any header beams. There was, also, I want to talk about something, just of my experience. Carriage houses that were built in the 1915, 1920, 1922, and even these Sanborn maps, what you're seeing right there is showing an auto house at 1.5 stories. A couple years later, it's in a totally different location. So I think that the evolution of this building happened before 1930, and it was used as servants' quarters at that time, at a time when parking cars wasn't as important, perhaps. So the evolution of this property is, I completely agree, but I think the building that has been documented, the building that stood for the last 100 years, and the one that we're trying to replicate was never used for parking. There's no driveway to it. See here, you can see that over time, see, this is a great reflection. The property line of this house at 827 is within 5 feet of the exterior wall of this house. There's no driveway to get you back there. The foundation of this building is also about 2.5 feet raised above the alleyway level. So there were no cars coming in from that way. I mean, even if at one point in history somebody put an A on a box to represent an auto house, I think that at that time maybe there just wasn't a lot of delineation between these accessory structures, especially at a time when advertising that you had a large servants' quarters in your backyard maybe wasn't the most, appealing. I think that what we are doing today is taking the evidence that we have, and we're showing that this building, at least for the last 100 years, was not used as garage. Could it be converted for parking? Yes. But now you're asking the property owner to forego an otherwise enclosed, livable space that he's paying property taxes on and reduce it to a garage. I think that's problematic, especially when the guidelines allow for the addition of a garage when there's not one historically present. So if we prove that historically that building wasn't used for parking, then I think the guideline stands that we should be allowed to provide this property with a new garage within the guidelines of 450 square feet. I know it's not an easy decision, but for us to renovate that 2-story dwelling structure to become a garage is actually taking away from the historical past of this property. So again, that's I tried to make that argument amongst the commission. I just don't think it was ever allowed to even be considered. They didn't like it.
And their commission is, they're professionals at what they do. I don't really even want to second guess their decisions or how their decisions are made. We have to in certain times. I think that their argument, there was never 3 buildings on that site, so there's just 2 buildings. I was trying to figure out in just reading the decision and how you took the decision, and then I was then really trying to figure out what's the appeal, what's the question, and I read these, and I'm just trying to still get what do you want?
Well, even at the last
outcome.
meeting, I was hoping perhaps we could just get the 2-story replacement structure approved, especially given that there was so much support for it in the staff report. Again, it was that thing that there were these 2 buildings being proposed on one site that was super difficult to get beyond. But both of those buildings, within their own right, were within the guidelines, okay? So again, it became this proving that it's this way or this. At the end, that very last meeting, I asked, can we just get the 2-story structure approved? Since, again, it's a replacement. We have a survey showing that existing structure that was removed. We're putting it right back. In fact, we're actually making it smaller to bring it inside the property line because it was actually encroaching previously. So that was our whole intent, just to rebuild that structure. And I think we all would have been happy there. And then we could have approached perhaps the parking issue at a later date. But now we're faced with a denial with prejudice, where we can't even present that again. And it's a purely replacement structure, I think it's, again, it wasn't either of the buildings that were a problem, it was the two structures. And to your point, Mr. Noble, there certainly were 3 buildings. I mean, there's photo evidence. Okay, it was an enclosed carport, but by any measure of today's definitions, it was a 1-car garage.
But wasn't probably historically accurate, and I don't know.
Definitely not historic. In fact, that works to our benefit typically, because it's not a historic garage. Therefore, the guideline still stands that if there's no historic garage present, we're allowed to build one, right? That's a guideline, that's allowed. But again, the burden of proof is on us that that 2-story structure was never used for parking, that at least in its historical past, even though the Sanborn map, I know, says that. But this is a structure that has a foundation, stem wall footings, okay? They didn't do that on carriage houses, not even garages in the 30s. I mean, that's why we do so many demolitions of garages in the 30s, because they don't have proper foundations. This building did, because it wasn't a garage. It was a structure for dwelling. And it had its own address, its own electric meter to this building. So again, I think if we look at that history and that evidence, it shows that this was a secondary dwelling structure on this site, and that my client shouldn't necessarily have to convert that, basically to downgrade it to a garage, when the guidelines clearly allow for the construction of a garage when there's not one historically present. And again, I don't know what kind of decision we can make today, guys. Believe it or not, even in my 10, 12 years, I've never had an appeal like this. So, you know, I'd love to just get some feedback, see what we can do. I know you're limited on your motion for how we approach this, but I just wanted to provide you as much information as I can and just say that this one time, I've hit a wall with the HP Commission. So that's why we're here.
I would like to clarify, if you go up and down the alleys of Mesta Park, the accessory buildings are on foundations. They're on brick foundations, they're on concrete foundations, they're on concrete block foundations, because there's a change in grade from the alley to the property, and most of them have a door that faces into the property, into the yard, and they're accessed by a driveway from the street. This property originally did not have a property line between this house and the house to the east of it. It was one big parcel, and we have several examples of that throughout the neighborhood. It's my theory that there may have been a driveway from 17th Street through the yard. We don't have evidence of that. We do have evidence in photographs that as recently as the last 10 years, there was a curb cut on Francis and a driveway into the backyard that would have provided access to parking in the yard at the same grade as this structure. The Sanborn maps make a lot of distinctions between what was an auto house and what was a dwelling and what was a stable or a shed or some other type of property. They're pretty accurate about that because they were used for the purpose of fire insurance and knowing whether or not, how flammable a building was, essentially, how much of a risk. So we trust those as being pretty accurate in how they're described, particularly when it comes to something that was habitable space versus not. Many of our garages eventually had garage apartments in them, and many of them ended up with addresses. That's not unusual, but that does not indicate to HP staff and in the HP Commission's review that this was always only a dwelling and not an apartment. The other thing I'll say is that they're not allowed to have an accessory dwelling at this site at this time. So regardless of whether we think this was historically a dwelling, that use is no longer permitted, and building back a 2-story, 24-plus foot tall accessory building with an undefined function is not something that would be typical of the historic preservation districts. It's not typical of the buildings that were there historically, and it's not something that's supported by the guidelines today. The guidelines would support building a 1-story, 2-car garage when we don't have a garage anymore. And they would support building back a 2-story garage that approximates the garage that was there historically. But yeah, the combination of the two on this site is beyond what the guidelines support for the historic districts.
Okay, say that again on what you think could be permitted a two-story garage?
So when you had a two-story garage, the guidelines say you can build back a two-story garage. So if we were building back something that was closely approximating the building that was there historically, that's something that the guidelines support. That's something that the commission would potentially approve. What they've proposed is pretty similar to what was there. It's a little taller than what was there. There's kind of an odd little addition on the side that is probably not part of the historic footprint of the structure. But building that back is something that would typically be approved. However, as I said, staff and the commission believe that that historically was the garage. So to build that back as just a accessory building, a shed, for lack of a better term, at that scale and that size and that height, is not consistent with what the guidelines say when we talk about two-story garages. And then to, in addition to that, build a second garage is not in keeping with what the guidelines support.
And did you get to see the foundation, the original foundation of that property?
So we have some photos that you can see from Google Street View and from having photographed this property over time that are taken from the alley. You can see that at least a portion of the building was on a brick foundation. We never had any photos from inside the yard up close to the building to see what that was. We have photos of the new concrete foundation that was poured when the building was demolished and they started rebuilding. This was prior to getting a CA for that, but work was done prior to applying and getting approvals. So there's new concrete there. There's a new concrete foundation. We have photos of that from the building inspector. You can see that that concrete is at grade with the concrete that extends all the way into the backyard. But we don't have photographic documentation of the interior of the historic building that was there. We don't know what the framing was like. We don't know where or whether there were headers or openings that had been altered over time. What we have are photos taken of the building before it was demolished from the street.
Hi, I just wanted to state, I did provide a PowerPoint, and it was on the one of the downloads, but we did provide some pictures. That brick portion was just that weird little angled portion on the alley side that's one story. Clearly, yeah, that was like an enclosed little woodshed, and it did have a brick little foundation, probably just hodgepodge together. But the main square of that building, as you can see in the pictures in that PowerPoint, do show a stem wall footing, a grade. Again, that's just something we just don't typically see in garages that were built before 1920, especially not a raised stem wall. Perhaps, yeah, they would have, especially like if the terrain is such that they need a retaining wall. Yeah, we do see some footings like that. I'm just saying this specifically, and with the evidence that I've shown, it looks more typical of a house or dwelling type construction rather than a garage. Cindy, were you able to find that? I think it says applicant presentation. Is it? It was on the Gov.
Did you see it in the packet today?
I did. Well, not in the packet, but it was just among the
On
downloads
OKC.gov?
on PrimeGov, yes.
It's probably in the packet.
She probably can get it. But,
So
I mean,
talk-
I'm not trying to like split hairs. I think that what she and I, because we've worked together all the time, and I'm not trying to discredit anything she's saying in any way. I mean, this is not personal. I'm just trying to do my job at the best of my ability. These neighborhoods do have a lot of unique and different methods, historical past. Up until 20, 30 years ago, nobody had to get any permission to do anything on their property. So we see all kinds of things. And that's not to say that the burden of proof isn't on me, but I think when I've brought so much proof that it should at least be reviewed candidly and fairly. And I felt like in this case, it just wasn't. It was just shut down. There's no way it was not just always meant to be a garage, and you need to put it back that way. When we do have evidence that it was an enclosed building used, fully conditioned, insulated, used for dwelling. We're not proposing that use as part of this proposition at all. Certainly, we understand that home sharing would not be allowed in this district. We're not going to pursue any kind of multifamily, anything on this property, but we do just ask that, you know, it be looked at fairly, that this was historically a building, and we should be able to hopefully put it back as such.
Talk to me about the meter. You said there was a meter for the property
Yes,
in
sir.
that area. Is that pretty common for garages?
Well, Katie says it is, and so I'll take her word for it. In my opinion, garages even that have apartments are not on a separate meter from the main structure, the main house. Again, this is a unique block. I'll keep saying that. This alleyway, it just forces everything to be upon one another. So garages are up next to buildings. There are other properties. That's another part of that PowerPoint presentation. I did a neighborhood survey to show where we do see an additional shed and a two-car garage and a two-story garage over here, and it's got, you know, this structure in the backyard. So again, I think it's, the burden of proof is on me, but I felt like I did a lot to show that these unique circumstances would allow for this type of approval. The commission does have that ability to look at something and say, hey, this is unique. And in this one case, that wasn't a garage, at least for not the known history, and at least not what's been represented. So that's what we pursued.
And at the same time, the commission is now charged with the responsibility of maintaining the historic look of the district. You know, you said, and it's true, but for many years, there wasn't a lot of controls over these areas, and now there's a substantial amount of control over this area. The owner, by buying in this area, is then responsible to meet the standard, and the standard is through the commission. And so what I want to do is I want you to feel satisfied with what we do as a decision. I listened to, again, the last case at the historical preservation meeting, and it seemed as if you were okay with the decision. I don't think you probably want to have to start over. And so I'm trying to get there.
Well, I'm glad for you considering that, because that was one of my questions to you. I mean, would it help to come to a decision if we come back next meeting and maybe have a little bit more time to discuss the project and the windfalls of the proving that two-story structure is just purely being rebuilt? I mean, do we need a compromise? If we could at least get the two-story replacement structure approved and move on, we could pursue a different application with HP at a later date for maybe an additional garage. I mean, that could be pursued later, but at this junction, just to come this far and then just like, yeah, like you say, just denied, even though there's so much support for either of these buildings, I just felt like we couldn't, you know, we just couldn't get there in the time that we had with the commission, for whatever reason. So, I don't really know. Maybe Katie knows better what the next steps are.
Well, it sounded like you had more of a thought to say.
Yeah, what do you think? Oh, she's got it up now.
Yeah,
I'm terribly sorry to interrupt.
For
Go
me, I'd like to know, my question on the meter was just, what is common, right?
It is very typical for us to see garage apartments with their own street address and their own meter. That's not unusual at all. That's something that I think actually now with the ADU ordinance, not that this is under that ordinance at all, but that when people put in an ADU, they're required to meter that ADU separately. So it's not unusual. I completely agree that this had a dwelling in it at some point, but I do not believe that the entire structure was built as a residence historically.
And I would just say that those ADUs now, you have to come here and get special exception to do that. I mean, so yeah, in the future, we're gonna make sure that each of these garage apartments has a separate unit, but I would not call it common. Do we see it? I'm sure we do. I mean, I personally have never seen it in the 10 years and over 20 projects I've done.
I mean, and I don't know, but I know the little bit of the history that I do on this property. This property was subdivided multiple different ways at different times, and so probably an owner wanted a different address to get it metered so that they weren't then beholden to pay the electric bill for someone else as a leaser.
Yeah, I think even
So
in
that's
its history,
probably
it's
why it happened,
recorded at
but-
one time it was a boarding house.
Yeah.
So obviously multiple
Yeah,
tenants.
so it had a
and-
lot of renditions in a lot of
Yeah, the evolution of this
unpermitted
structure.
situations over time. And that's why I said, when they buy in the historical district, they know that they have to go through that board. I mean, I'm on planning commission, we do not see this stuff. It goes to an entire separate board.
But I would say that's exactly what he's tried to do. We went through the process. He hired me because of my reputation being able to work through difficult projects. I feel like we took the feedback from the commission. We came back every time with new submissions, you know, again, trying to find common ground always. That's our goal. And I always tell my client, I'm not going to present something that I feel is just egregiously not approvable. There were approvable aspects to both of these proposals. Again, it just comes down to two buildings on the same lot. And to us to just be like fully denied, it puts us in a really difficult position because, you know, I don't know kind of where to go.
What did you want to show us in the presentation?
Just the old
If
foundation.
If you would, Cindy, I think 11, slide 11. So that was the neighborhood kind of showing around. Okay, so right here. So upper left corner, this is the most, prior to any demolition of structures in this backyard. You see the two-story structure, okay? You're standing in the alleyway. You see the brick in the alleyway. There's a little breezeway that connects on your right, that one-car garage, and on the left, that two-story structure and that little lean-to, okay, and the little breezeway connects. In the lower picture, you're seeing it from the other direction. You're inside the yard looking out. And so right here on this right-hand side, you can see my arrows. You see the brick stem wall, that's that little one-story structure, but just next to it there, that is concrete, well above grade, something that, again, that we did, that's more of just the type of construction we see for a dwelling, not
And what I will say is,
garages.
I drove on Google Street View today up and down the alleys of Mesta Park, and on the alleys in Mesta Park, all of these accessory buildings, these garages, are on a concrete or a brick or a concrete block stem wall. It's how they adjusted to the change in grade from the alley to the property. And to my knowledge, this was the only evidence pointed to by the applicant that it was a dwelling and not a garage. Everything else points to it having been a garage historically, including, you know, official documents prepared by an agency responsible for insuring property over the course of hundreds of years. So we have plenty of examples of accessory buildings, detached garages that are on concrete stem walls, especially when they're located on the alleys, and we have many other pieces of evidence that tell us that this was historically a garage.
And again, I mean,
And I mean,
look right there. You see all these other garages on that level. This one's raised. I mean,
Yeah.
I just don't see that one-to-one that's saying this. And furthermore, that side drive that she mentioned off Francis, well, that was to these awful carports that were added, again, because parking's always been an issue for this property. So when they were allowed, and that's in the report, to demo those carports, that drive went away. It was never to access that building for parking, because even at that time, this parking situation. So right there on the right-hand side, that's what it looked like when my client, and yeah, there's been a lot of mistakes in the past. No one's denying that. We're trying to move forward, hopefully have a blank slate, non-biased decision, and I just don't think that's what we got. I think we brought a lot of proof that, you know, this wasn't used for parking, at least not in its known 100-year history. And, you know, if the garage couldn't be approved, fine, but for us, it does not make sense, or it's not lawful to ask my client to totally change the nature of that building and make it a garage when that's just not what he purchased and not what his property taxes represent and all of that. So again, I know it's not easy, this decision and where we're at, but these are the facts.
So let me just stay where I'm at right now, so, since we'll go in order if we want. But I am inclined to affirm the decision, and I'll say that by the historical knowledge that we have, that the city has in what was there, the Seaborn maps that show it as an auto house. Even if maybe in 1917 or whenever they built this, it was supposed to be an auto house, but they just lived in it or made it a dwelling, it was still originally designed to be an auto house. It's on the Seaborn maps as an auto house. And I think that is one of the main reasons why I would affirm their decision. I think this property historically would be a 2-story garage and a single-family home.
This is a procedural question for anybody who wants to answer. On an appeal, we can affirm, deny, or send it back. If we sent it back with a request that the applicant rework the site plan so that it's a 2-story garage that maybe HP would approve, do they have to pay another fee at HP to take this back and rework it? I don't want them to pay to start over. But right now, I think HP got it right. If I vote right now, it will be to affirm the decision of the commission and deny the appeal.
And Mike, I'm with you on that. The only reason why I didn't go that way is it says upon new evidence, in the event that the new evidence is presented, to make us go back to, because that is the question. I mean, that's what I said. I don't want the applicant to have to refile and start over from the beginning, and I think that's one of my
The commission
sticking
has been
points.
reviewing multiple applications for this same thing since 2023. The commission has spent probably 8 meetings, hours discussing this proposal and has denied it multiple times. I think the message from the commission is clear that the proposal to build 2 structures here is not approvable. They have the ability to reapply at any time for something different, and have been advised of that in numerous conversations with staff. To remand this back with what's been proposed, I think would not be consistent with the actions that have been taken by the commission over multiple rounds of review at this point.
I guess my question is, if it, on the original site plan, if it says auto for a garage, but back in 1915, they started using it as a carriage house, and it's continued that the whole way. And there's no question that that's been the use for the last 110 years, and you want to update it, do you revert back to that auto? Is that a consistent decision that's always, even though that has not been the use for the last 110 years?
So we had a case that I think we referenced in the staff report several years ago, where a property owner had a carriage house that they could no longer use. It was very small, and the way it was placed on the lot and the way trees had been allowed to grow up, they couldn't get a vehicle to it anymore. But it was contemporary with the house, same architectural style as the house, and they wanted to keep it and they wanted to preserve it. But they had no garage. They were, and this I will say was a much larger lot than this one, but they were approved to build a standard 450 square foot 2-car garage and the far corner of their lot, because they were preserving and restoring the historic carriage house. In this case, we've demolished the historic building without permits and without a CA. So that's gone. We don't have an ability to look at that as an existing non-conforming accessory dwelling. Had that building still been there, the historic structure, and had they wanted to restore that, I think there would be more lenience toward finding a way to accommodate keeping what was there and also accommodating parking. We would also have had the opportunity to look at the framing and, you know, all the things that would maybe tell us more about how the building had evolved over time. But
So in that case, even though it was used as a dwelling, you only approved the historic division, I guess, only approved a garage as a replacement?
on the other property?
Yes.
Well, they approved the construction of a new garage hand in hand with the retention of the existing historic structure, and that structure was being preserved.
In other words, they were allowed to rebuild this historic structure and do a 450.
They didn't rebuild because they didn't tear it down. They preserved the existing building and didn't demolish it. So I think, yeah.
Okay. Taylor, you want to?
Taylor Volk, 827 Northwest 17th Street. If we could go to the next slide, if I had a quick moment with the commission, I would really appreciate just a moment of time. I could pinpoint the cardinal direction of all these photos so that we can demonstrate very clearly that this building was an accessory structure that was never used as a garage. And I could also testify its construction during that time. If you go to the next slide, please. One more, please. In this photo right here, on the bottom, top right and bottom right, that's the same cardinal direction of the house, facing to the south. Historic HP staff suggests that there was a driveway that goes from Francis towards the house, towards that building, and that's a carport on the northeast corner of the south side of the building. That's a carport that they built that is facing towards the south. HP staff has suggested that the driveway came up to the carport, and there was also a garage door there. That building was never framed with a header. On that side, south side facing on that side of the building facing south, it never had a header there. You can see that there's a frame for a door, a 36-inch door, and then a carport, and then that window was in the placement of the southeast corner of that building. I wanted to point that out. On the bottom, if you look at the top left corner picture, that's facing to the south, you can see the studs in a row. When there were contractors that were trying to do repairs for the structure, and I can answer questions to that, the framing, you can actually see each and every stud on that wall that was in place. It was a 100-year-old wood. I've remodeled lots of historic houses. That's the same exact color, shape, the density, wood as the rest of the structure, the whole structure, while in place. And we took an enormous amount of time to try to find all of these photos and all of the evidence that we have presented. We can demonstrate all cardinal directions of the structure to be framed and never had a header for a garage or an auto in 100 years. We've undo a tremendous hardship. We've been working with HP staff for over 3 years. It's almost been 4 years trying to get some remedy to this, and showing the historic use of this structure has been undergone through a total of 12 meetings, 3 of which were using professional staff, such as Holly, to try to get through. If you look at the meeting and how quick and short they are with Holly, they didn't want to look at the photos and actually look at the cardinal direction of the building. We have supporting evidence that this has never been an auto. In every single way. When purchasing this property, we had every intention of getting this up to par with HP staff and code. It had vinyl siding and things that had changed over time that no longer met HP regulations. Anything that was in code.
So when you bought this property, this structure was standing?
Yes, it was.
And then you demoed it?
It was not that intention. So I had hired a contractor to try to prop up the framing shore up the framing because it was a hazard to the community. It was falling over towards the north and towards the east, towards the tree that's over there on the east side of the property. It was falling over, and when purchasing it from Redfin, which was the prior owner, they had bought it from the previous owner, who had gone through a multitude of submissions through HP staff trying to get this building fixed and also parts of the main dwelling, and they couldn't get approval. They ended up selling it to Redfin in honestly, it was a TV show, and they showed this building as such a remarkable piece of history in Oklahoma City. They sold to Redfin. Redfin had a very, very, very difficult time selling this piece of property. And then we bought the property not knowing the full scope of the problems that we were going to face getting permission through HP staff. But having it shored up, the contractors tried their absolute best to try to get it back up and shored. We were facing problems like mold and foundation issues. It had a secondary wall that was holding up, but it wasn't holding anything up when it was purchased. And we didn't realize we were going to be having this big of a hardship in the last 4 years, and how much money we've spent and where we're at today. And the only reason we're trying this appeal after 12 meetings with HP staff is because we feel we don't have any other remedy. Going back to HP, and we're going to be building a possibility that we're going to be putting a garage in this site. The excavation project that's going to be involved, the amount of concrete that we'll be adding to be able to do such a thing, we're going to be overreaching on the amount of allowance for the site that allows for concrete. So we're going to have to get special permission from HP staff to allow a significant amount of concrete when they want to see green space of 50%. That's one consideration. The second consideration is excavation. HP regulations do not allow for excavation and changes to height and changes the size of excavation. So we would have to undergo a very massive demo project, and it's going to be a considerable cost. It's going to be a considerable change to the landscape. We have the references written down if it helps. The use of the building, the use of the space, it's been a hardship for over 3 years trying to be able to use the space. We don't have a garage. We don't have a way of getting approval. We're kind of stuck in limbo, and we haven't been able to enjoy the space like all of our neighbors. And just hoping that we can find some remedy for that.
Okay. Any questions?
Emily, you have anything?
I tend to agree with what you've said. I'm not sure that there's any new evidence that's been presented which would justify us overturning the appeal.
I believe there's one more option for modify. Is it acceptable to recommend changes and modify through the Board of Adjustment? You can appeal. The options were.
One thing I was just thinking is there a modification that we can allow them to review the project again, this time with one building? And that way we don't have to go completely back to the start. Can we just overturn the denial with prejudice so I can at least get that two-story structure rebuilt in place to look virtually just like that? And you can see in my drawings, my elevations, I mean, we are rebuilding that structure minus about 12 inches in total height. So it's the denial with prejudice where we can't even get that building rebuilt it's a problem for us. I think we'd be willing to forego the two-car garage at this juncture just in order to get that two-story structure rebuilt in place. Is that an option?
I'm willing to do that.
I don't feel comfortable modifying the decision just even to that extent. And I think that to start over with a clean slate is probably your best bet anyway, just because of the situation. And I understand that, I don't know if this is the first property you bought in the Historical Preservation District, but they're the governing body. You said it in your statement, the previous owner And Holly, I think you can take care of this. 100%. I've seen what you do. I just think that from my stance here today is that just deny it and start over.
What are they saying, that if they denied it with prejudice, that they can not submit
I think
a
that's
new
the case.
application?
I think as long as we remove one of the buildings, Katie, does that make it a different
They can
proposal?
submit an application for something different. They cannot come back and reapply for exactly the same thing again.
Yes.
With a denial with prejudice.
But they have to reapply.
They'd have to reapply.
But my question is, the two-story structure, like, that design can be reapplied just without the second structure? Is that?
Well,
think they're-
and then have to meet all of the new criteria, or the criteria that they would expect you to do.
yeah.
And you'd get that.
But I just don't know where the prejudice starts and stops.
If I may, if we're talking about something, if we're talking about a denial with prejudice under 4250.4, under the Historic Preservation Review, it says, if it's denied with prejudice, the applicant may not resubmit for at least 1 year, provided that the Historic Preservation Commission can waive the denial with prejudice at any time if the Historic Preservation Commission determines that the circumstances affecting the application have changed. What this board can do, as far as the denial with prejudice, well, as far as the action, you can affirm, you can reverse, you can modify. It doesn't say to what extent or how to modify, but it says that you can modify it. Or you can remand it back to the commission based upon new evidence in the event that new evidence is presented.
And I'm sorry, I haven't heard new evidence.
But can we modify
just
and
strip
say?
the prejudice off
Yeah,
of the decision?
exactly. Denial
And
without
then-
prejudice.
And then you would then
We could
change your drawings
We
to the
could
same
reapply
application
next
number.
deadline. then.
So the denial with prejudice would allow them to reapply for something different. And that could include.
And not wait a year?
Yes, they could come back tomorrow and apply for just a two-story building and not the garage, or for just the garage and not the two-story building. I would say there was a fair amount of feedback and commentary on some design elements of both of those two buildings, so I would hope a new application would address those comments as well and not just be a copy-paste. But they could, even with the denial with prejudice, come back and reapply with a different proposal.
Yeah, if it's a denial without prejudice, they can reapply at any time.
Yeah, and I guess that's what, I'm afraid that we're going to make that application, and they're going to say, if you're going to put that two-story structure back, it's got to have parking in it, and we're just going to be right back here. But she'd like to say a little something.
Hi, my name is Pamela. I just wanted, so you all have seen quite the evolution of a historical property. And as Taylor mentioned, when he purchased the property, he was not aware, it's not something he could have been made aware of, not only from Redfin, but from anything else that he could have found. This has been an evolution for him too, with learning this information. There is no point to go to as a property owner or a purchaser to do the historical, to check into it a little bit better before you purchase it. It's just not there. We've tried. Unfortunately for us, it was after the fact, but it's not there for people who are trying to purchase now either. Also, as we talk about this property, it's important to know that this property is someone's residence. It is Taylor's residence. He's living here. He is married. His wife is there. They have dogs. They have a fence that cannot be completed because everything has been stagnant. In order for him to even have people come over, it's difficult. He is trying to get it settled, and there are some aspects for sure that have to do with previously, before he owned it, as well as since he's owned it, and it's all kind of muddy because it's not in a linear line for you, but that's not something that Taylor should continue to have issues with being able to live there. This is his home. When the structure that was there previously is talked about, I keep on hearing residents, I'm sorry, I have to sit. I keep hearing residents being stated over and over, perhaps historically, but in previous meetings, it's been shared over and over that that is not the intention. It's not intended to be a residence with the rebuild. It is intended to be the garage, which is important for the people who live there now, and then the structure that is being built is the intention of some workspace. And for myself, I've been part of this evolution, and I've been trying to help make this a space that I can be with my son, that I can access, because I've gone through all kinds of issues with, I've been in a wheelchair, I'm back in a walker. I'm trying to access the property so that I can be with him when I'm struggling and he's trying to help me. It is part of his lifestyle of he needs to work. He tries his best, but I can't be with him in a place I can't even access while he's working. That's been something we've tried to make happen. So I just wanted you guys to be aware that there are a lot more hardships going on that you wouldn't know from just what you're seeing right now and the lifestyle that he's trying to live. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else have questions or comments? Ready for a motion?
If I may, and I know we're all ready to get out of here, could I bring more evidence to convince you all that this building wasn't used for parking? Would that change anything that you're able to do with this decision? You know, because technically, again, it's the two buildings both of these buildings, in all intents and purposes, meet the guidelines. It's the fact that they exist together. But if we could prove that this one was used as a dwelling and not a garage, would that change this group's ability to make a decision? It's just a general question here.
I mean, for me personally, I'm struggling with the fact that if originally it was shown that it was a garage, but for the last 110 years it's been used as a house, that now all of a sudden we're going to hold to the garage. And for that purpose, I'm not completely certain that the HP Commission got it right. So yeah, I mean, for me, yes, it would definitely affect my decision on that. If we're trying to retain the character of the way that the neighborhood has been for the last 100 years, if something, regardless of what some plat says, has been used as a house, as a second dwelling, then to me, I think that the owner has the right to rebuild it as a second dwelling.
And board, just under the code, just so you know, appeals are supposed to be heard and tried de novo, which you don't give any deference to the lower decision. You know, you make your own findings as far as the facts here, but it is limited to the issues and the evidence presented to and decided upon by the commission. So
I'm afraid for us to jump into a decision today is what I'm getting at. I feel like you're just hearing about it. It's a complicated project. There's a lot of moving parts, and I think, you know, if it works for you all to continue this and let us come back and present a little bit more thorough information, instead of just pulling it up in the meeting and saying, look, maybe we can put together a more in-depth packet just to present that as the historic fact. Could we move in that direction rather than
I think
making a
you can
final
always
decision?
ask for a continuance, and we can take a vote to see if the board will allow it.
And I'll
I
just
think
say
that-
this,
okay.
Roberto, is that's one of the findings. But there's 11 specific findings of the reason why. So, I mean, maybe a modification of it, the decision, but that's not just the decision, just that, whether it was a dwelling unit or not.
Right.
But it's certainly a key element to our argument. Factual.
Are you asking for a continuance?
Yes, sir.
To what date?
Next available meeting? Would that
I mean, that's for you all to.
Is it 2 weeks?
Yeah, it'd be, yeah, two weeks, but before we do that, because we don't do a whole lot of appeals, staff doesn't, but would they be allowed, this is for our attorney, would they be allowed to supplement their application and prepare new material?
Again, what it says is that the appeals are limited to the issues and the evidence presented to and decided by the commission. So in my opinion, I don't think you can add new evidence at this point. I think you're limited to the information and the evidence that the commission had to work with based on, and that's,
But again, I just felt like
Under
it was
appeals.
unfair. They
I'm sorry,
breezed
hang on.
over all of my evidence
Yeah.
toward this, I felt like, and
So-
just
but if
didn't
we
give it
were-
any credence.
If we remand it and they present new evidence to the HP and then we come back on appeal again, then we can consider that.
if you remand it,
But we need to remand it based upon new evidence.
yes. So it's a little confusing how you can't present new issues and evidence, but then you can remand it based upon new evidence. So I guess if new evidence was to somehow come up during this hearing, I guess that's how you would reconcile those two sentences. Then the only way that you can remand it is upon that new evidence. It feels like if you modified it as a dismissal without prejudice, that's kind of the functional equivalent of remanding it, because then they can reapply at any time. But
Right.
Unless if it's just copy and paste, there's no point. I mean, we're going to be right back in the same. We're going to be right back in the same.
I promise
boat.
that won't be
So-
the case. I'm not a copy-paste applicant. So I'd be happy to modify it, as you're saying, if that's something you guys can do, so we can at least resubmit to the commission at least one of the two buildings.
And I thought I heard Katie say that even with prejudice, that if you filled out and applied a new application, which basically is what you're going to do anyways, that you can do it as soon as possible, and you don't have to wait a year.
But if, let's say it's new evidence based off the current application, are they going to say, no, you've got a 1-year moratorium?
The commission has the ability to waive essentially that with prejudice if there is legitimate new information for them to consider. I do feel that they have very thoroughly considered all the information about this garage and this proposal. But if there was new information presented, new evidence presented, or if there was a new design proposed, the commission could reconsider that.
I just think a denial with prejudice when we are going to come back with at least one of the two buildings, very similar. I mean, this is a rebuild structure, that two-story. I'm not going to radically change the restoration design, but of course, I could remove a building from the site plan. I think that would denote a new application. It would have changed enough. So, but a denial with prejudice to me could come back and haunt us, and I'm afraid of that.
They can reapply immediately with a completely different site plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to underscore, they could apply immediately if they submit a new proposal, correct?
Yes, if they submit a new proposal, we would treat that as a new application and that could be heard immediately at the next available meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody want to take a stab at a motion?
I have no clue what to do.
Likely, yeah. And they don't really waive fees around here.
I mean, for me, and maybe I don't understand the prejudice part of it, but it almost seems as if it doesn't matter. If we modified it and struck the prejudice, it's the same situation happens.
Could be, but it'll be an interpretation. I feel like. I think that if you remove the prejudice, then there's no doubt that they can reapply. But if you keep the prejudice, then the HP committee will have to make a determination as to whether or not the new application is substantively different than the one that they just denied.
Well, and my feelings is that they would need to make a substantially different application at HP.
But not
To
the
get a different
buildings
result.
themselves.
But if they've got new evidence that I think would make a difference,
I watched the meeting, which again,
I know this is what we faced at the HP Commission. I just feel like it's a difficult situation for everyone involved, and because we don't like making difficult decisions doesn't mean we can avoid them. And we've got
I think they have to make a lot
try.
of difficult decisions.
Yeah.
I mean, they actually
I
do,
know,
because
sir. I wasn't trying to downplay what y'all do here.
It's
But this
I
is
wouldn't
why
wanna do
these
it.
come to, this point, is there's not an easy solution. I get that. And I just don't know what's best moving forward.
Right.
Well, just to move things along here, I will move to affirm the decision of the HP Commission.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
She made a motion to,
I move to affirm the decision of the HP Commission.
She was asking for a continuance from the prior moment. We were asking for that continuance.
Yeah.
Okay, let's vote on the continuance now.
okay.
Is that, I still don't know if that's.
There's a question on that.
I mean, we can vote on a continuance prior, if that's okay with you. I'm like, hey, to circumcise it. Well, I was gonna, but then it never came up because Sarah was slow.
I just think if there was maybe perhaps a little bit more discussion, maybe and more understanding, I think maybe from our part on the next steps that.
Amber,
Well-
bring forward more information.
Let me say why
Yes, sir.
I've made my
Yes, ma'am.
motion. Because at the end of the day, you're going to have to go through HP,
Again.
Commission anyway.
Yes.
So you may as well go ahead and get started with that rather than coming back here. That's my thinking. And since if you're going to present a different proposal, why not get started on that? Because we're not on the HP Commission. We have appellate jurisdiction only, okay? So if you're going to present a different proposal, you need to get started with the HP Commission. And that's why I said that's why I made the motion to uphold the appeal, so that gives a bright line, and, we'll see if that
Get it
motion
moving.
passes, and then you can get started.
Yeah, thank you, Member Mitchelson. Then I will defer to my client. I'm the applicant, but would you rather have them make a decision today or can pursue a continuance?
May I ask one question? If we refer it back to historic preservation, I think that they're going to be pushing very hard for this building to become a garage. Like the one building, they'll allow a garage structure, which would take away from the historic site. And we have no other direction to go with HP. If we go back to HP, we're going to be going against what is historic on the site. And then we'll be going to 3 meetings with HP, and then we're going to do another appeal. We'll be sitting with the same appeal with the same building design, and then we're going to be asking the same questions. Was this building a 2-story structure that was never a garage? And we're going to have to prove that again. We're going to be at the exact same position. The only difference is, if we go to HP, where the only reason they wouldn't allow for the approval was because we're asking for 2 buildings. If we asked for 1 building, they suggested that they might, but then at the end of that last meeting, they were abundantly clear. Like they told us in the first meeting, out of the 3, that they would approve it, no doubt, if it was a garage, if it was 1 building that was a garage, or if we applied for just that 1 building. But then the second meeting, third meeting, they started more going towards the direction of if that building were to get approved, it would have to be a garage, which is completely against everything that we've been working hard for in 12 meetings to show and prove that that building was in fact historically a two-story structure.
So let me just stop you there, Taylor.
Yeah.
This isn't the end, right? You don't have to go back to HP. There is another step, and that would be district court.
Okay.
So don't think that it just is, that our decision is final for some reason. There is another avenue.
Thank you for mentioning that. I didn't see myself being at this
So
point.
we're following all the evidence that we see, and we're gonna make the decision best that we believe, and then you can, if that doesn't satisfy you, then you have other steps.
Could we get it on a record from HP staff, which direction that the HP commission was looking at when it came to us applying again? Can we get clarity? Because we heard from both points that yes, if you applied for one building, you'd get approved, no doubt, was one thing that was absolutely mentioned. And then the last meeting was a little bit different, where they said that would only approve it if it were to be a garage structure. Those were two different opinions, and we've been to 12 meetings where those opinions keep shifting. Could I please on the record ask HP staff what that opinion truly is, which direction? Because where we're at today, if we do another application for $300 and I pay for representation, we're going to be looking at asking the same question with HP. Which direction will they allow? Because we can't apply just the one building, because they said they cannot approve both buildings on that application. They couldn't even approve one building because it was two buildings on the application. Can we ask that question on the record? Because
Well, you can ask it, but I won't answer it because I'm not speaking for HP. Anybody else wants to, and I don't think Katie's going to give you legal advice right now. So you can ask it.
Yes, so the question would be that.
It's probably not answerable in this setting.
Yeah, you can ask it, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to answer or give you guidance.
All I can say is that there were numerous concerns articulated by staff and in the staff reports and by the commission at numerous meetings, and all of those things would have to be addressed to come to a conclusion on what ultimately would be approved. It's not just if it's this, then we get that. I can't simplify it to that extent. It would depend on what additional information was provided, what changes were made to a design, how parking was going to be addressed on the site, because obviously there's still a need for parking. So I can't say just definitively this one thing is what would be the solution.
If the two-story structure were to be on the application on its own, some board members seem to be in approval for it, some were in opposition. What would be your opinion on that matter?
I don't think that's for the board for today. Staff's happy to visit with you all again, but me sharing my opinions right now I don't think is appropriate for this meeting.
Are you still wanting a continuance?
Yeah. We believe that we can show clear evidence and proof that this building historically was a two-story structure. If we ask for a continuance and can show that as proof, just as a proofs, would the board consider it?
I mean, personally, I'm not in favor of it, so I just don't think you have the votes for that today. We can actually do a vote, which is fine.
A continuance sounds like the best course of action.
I'm not going to vote for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have traction, you don't have the votes for it, to get a
You can
continuance
ask
today.
for a continuance, and I'll ask somebody to make a motion.
But it's not going to
vote
pass.
against it.
We'd like to ask for a
Okay,
continuance.
that's fine.
Somebody
Sarah,
make-
can you put that up?
I'll make a motion to continue to the May 21st, 2026 meeting.
Okay, that one died for lack of a second.
No, it never came up. I mean, I have it, but
Yeah, it didn't come over
Roberta
online.
doesn't have
I'd just
it.
like to say, I really do appreciate all of your time and feedback, and I'm sorry to have kept you so late in the afternoon.
Hey, we appreciate the work you're doing. Don't misunderstand me.
Thank you.
Yes.
We
Okay.
just intend to
Sarah?
bring it back to historic.
It's not coming up on
Sarah
mine, Sarah.
Roberto. There is no second. Right.
Okay, did I,
Now that Emily Kay has a motion.
now your turn, Emily.
Okay. I move to affirm the appeal and the findings from the HP Commission.
To deny the appeal but affirm HP.
To affirm HP and deny the appeal.
Okay. Motion is to deny the appeal. Did we get a second?
Not coming up on mine.
No second.
The application within the year for the prejudice, is that something that we were able to meet?
You don't have to wait a year.
We don't have to wait a year?
No.
Now, change it.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, we do. You
I
have
don't
the,
have
you have
one.
the, but the moved in second's not up there. Oh, Roberta, did you refresh? Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
So, do you want us to vote?
All right. Did we get a second?
No second.
Okay.
I
we're-
second it.
Oh, you did?
You did? Oh, okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second
Okay.
to affirm the commission decision and deny the appeal. Did I say that right? Pretty close.
Well, we're affirming the commission's
Decision to deny.
Right.
decision. Is what we're
Okay. Now, I got a voting panel. Cast your votes. Okay. All right.
Thank you for your time, board.
Well, thank you. I know it's difficult, believe me.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any additional items. We don't have any board committees. Does anybody want to say something? Counselor, citizens to be heard? None? I don't have any other business. I think we're adjourned. Oh, hell, I know we're adjourned.